All right, I made it. Hello. Welcome to live tutorial number 3. Kind of did this before as like the first attempt at a live tutorial, but never called it one, so we're doing it again with the Max. Default Asobo 737 Max on Sim Update 2 Beta. If you're not on the beta, then some of the things in the EFB will look different, but or by the time you watch it in the future, Sim Update 2 will be out for everyone. So what's up, JT, Givens, Condor, Slevin, Mech, Bobby, Tommy, Brian, Dorian? Your timing was on point. Nice. All right, I'm loaded in at San Francisco KSFO. I already generated a Simbrief flight plan, which is kind of optional. We'll go over just putting it into the EFB, or actually we'll just see what the EFB gives us to start. So first of all, hopefully you've loaded in at a gate in the Asobo 737 Max, the Max 8. And we're going to go from San Francisco to LAX, which is, I'm doing this in free flight mode, but if you fly the 737 for the first time, you're probably going to do it in the BBJ, like the Boeing business jet variant, in career mode, which does go from San Francisco to LA. Performance looks smooth. I'm actually not using... I'm not using auto FPS today. I turned on dynamic settings instead, which I had to look it up, but apparently it only really changes the LOD, object and train LOD, and it will only change them by 50% reduction. So you're either at what you set or down to 50% of what you set. So if you set 200, it'll go down to 100. If you set 100, it'll go down to 50 at a minimum, but it won't go above 200, above 400, whatever you set it at. So I have mine set at 250 right now, so I guess it'll go down to like 125 at the lowest. Ready for the borks? Yeah, hopefully not. We'll see how it goes today. All right, so we're gonna do our flight planning in the tablet for this one, just because if you do this in career mode, then most likely, or if you do it in career mode, you will have a route pre-selected for you. So when you open your tablet, you want to go to the flight planner at the bottom, or by clicking more apps and then going to the flight planner app. And when you click this first button at the top, in the top left corner, this is the route button. This will show you your route for the flight. And if you're doing this in career mode, at least now, automatically chooses a route for you. So this will be all filled out. For me, it is not filled out. So what I'm gonna do is just use the find route capability in the EFB. Now, this is the Sim Update 2 EFB. This is better than Sim Update 1's EFB because the find route will actually pick a departure, an arrival procedure, an approach for you and everything. So it's more powerful. If you happen to be on Sim Update 1, or in the future, if you're somehow still on Sim Update 1 when you're watching the replay, one option is to just use the built-in Microsoft Flight Simulator planner, which is at this URL. It's flight planner, or planner.flightsimulator.com. So if you go to this site, then you can use the web flight planner. So it looks like this. It looks very similar to the EFB. So this is really useful if people are on Xbox especially, or if you're not on Sim Update 2 right now and you don't want to be on Sim Update 2 yet, you can go and use the website to do the planning. It'll look similar to the EFB, so you'll go up here and choose your aircraft first, type in the 737 and choose the Max. Then you go to route. You'll put in the origin, which for this first flight, it's KSFO, San Francisco, and then the destination, KLAX for Los Angeles. Once you input both the origin and destination, then you can find the auto route button right here. And if you hit auto route, it'll build a whole route for you, including the departure procedure, any en route waypoints, So the departure is shown in red, en route in purple, and then the arrival is in green, and the approach is in orange. So you can see all those here. At this point, if you're using the planner, you can click the Save Flight Plan button in the bottom left, right down here, and name it whatever you want. So we'll just call it 737. My first 737 flight, and then hit Save New Plan. And then when you're back in the sim, you can go to your EFB. You can hit the Tab key to get to that, or go to the top menu and open it. And if you're on an Xbox, like say you do that on a laptop with the website, or your phone or something, then you can come in here and just load the route. So you go to the route section at the top, click load, load from web, and then choose it. And then when you pick that, it will load it in. So now you see everything loaded in. We can hit this up here to collapse everything, or you can do it section by section. And you can see it's got us, you know, runway 28 right. It's got a departure procedure, bunch of waypoints, and arrival procedure. We'll look at all that in a second. The one thing that is lacking, though, you may notice cruise altitude. We're not going to do 10,000 feet. If we go over and look at the website, though, this is probably just something they'll fix in the EFB. The website does provide this. So if we go back to the website at the top, it says 35,000 feet up here. For the second flight, we'll probably use SimBrief, which is an alternative to the Microsoft Flight Sim route planner. You've probably heard of SimBrief. But for now, I'll just use this one, 35,000 feet. So up here where it says cruise altitude, I'm going to type in 350. That's flight level 350. 35,000 feet is the equivalent. So if I cancel this, I'm going to go up here and hit reset. If we cancel this and do it from here, we just do it the same way. So we type KSFO, then go to destination, type KLAX, choose it, and then hit the, instead of auto route, it just says find route. So we'll click find route, and now it's going to pull in a similar route. It may be, hopefully be exactly the same route. Let me see here. If we have the Wesla 5, yeah, Wesla 5, and then Ironman 2. Oh, this one says no on-route waypoints, which is interesting. The one that I made from the web had a couple on-route waypoints. So just to keep it simple, I'll use the one in here. If you have a few more on-route waypoints, it's fine. But this could be another bug. So it says no on-route waypoints, but the web version had like 2 or 3 on-route waypoints. But we'll just leave that alone, and then if I hit the back arrow, oh, there she is. All right, she knows to be good now. If she does it again,
the winner of Bork Raffle 272 is Herbert K's. Congratulations.
All right, thank you for the Bork report. All right, let's continue here. So we got all this in already, and we'll import it into the MCDU in a second. All right, so let's hop in the plane, and I'm actually going to do a crazy thing and use the default ATC because you may, or you will be using the ATC in career mode, so I'm going to do that here as well. And then if you end up playing it outside of career mode, at least you can do the basics with ATC. It's not the best thing ever, but we'll go over how to like load passengers and all that stuff too. So the first thing we're going to do when we're in here is go to the overhead panel. So if I hit Shift 7, you have a keyboard, Shift 7 and 8. 7 you will use a lot to get up here. Shift 8 we'll just use once. It's just right above here to grab these 2 knobs. Let me turn on the highlighting. And we'll turn on these 2 knobs in a second. So Shift 7 to the overhead panel. And the first thing we're going to do is just turn on the battery. So right up here, there's this little battery, a guarded battery switch. So when we pull the guard down, it'll move it to the battery on position. And you can see the plane kind of come to life already. And then right here in the middle, there's another guarded switch that's not guarded. So we'll just pull the guard down on emergency exit lights and get that on. And then finally, way down here, because we have electrical power, I'm going to turn our steady nav light on. The position light is essentially a combination of your nav light, like the red and green lights on the wingtips, and the strobe light, which is the flashing white light on the wingtips. It's in the middle position by default, which is off. So if you move it to steady, that basically just means nav. So it's just the red and green lights. If you move it to the top, then it's strobe and steady. So these are the wingtip lights. So we'll just move it down to steady for now, to just because we have electrical power. That's what I do. Is it 100% right? Is it realistic? I have no idea. Okay, so next we'll turn on the ground power, which is right here. If this blue light is on that says ground power available, you can pull this down and get ground power. You'll see that some of the lights here just turned off. And now you can hear like the AC turning on. You can hear like the fans and AC unit and stuff booting up. I think it's just fans we're hearing because these screens are already coming on with just the battery power. All right, now we're going to hit a bunch of switches. Some people hit these at different times, but for me, I hit them all right at the start here. So first we're going to move up a little and move both of these switches into the nav position. These will align our location with our GPS system, and all of our inertial reference systems and things like that will basically know. So the plane will know its GPS location and which way it's heading, you know, what its pitch angle is, its bank angle, all that kind of stuff. So we turn both of these to nav. And actually, I don't know if they implemented this. So on a more advanced 737, you can go up here and turn this section to the heading and status right here, and these little LEDs up here would show you how many minutes it will take for the alignment to be complete. We leave these on nav and we don't touch them for the rest of the flight. After that, we're going to turn on a few things here. Starting on the upper left, we're going to turn on yaw damper. So that is on. And down here we have our fuel pumps. We're going to leave them off for now. And then if we follow this up and around again, up to here, we have our window heat. So I'm going to turn all 4 of the window heats on right here. So we have window heat. We have window heat 2 for the left, 2 for the right. So it's side and front, side and front. So all 4 of those will be on. And then right down here, these 2 hydraulic pumps that are not on, we're going to turn the 2 electric hydraulic pumps on. Okay, so it should look like this if you've done all that so far. So yaw damper, the window heat, all 4 of the window heat, and the 2 electric pumps down here. All right. And since we have electric power, we're going to go ahead and get started with ATC. So if you go up here and click the little chat bubble, we can tune into San Francisco clearance. So in general, if you've never used ATC, if there's a clearance frequency, that's where you want to start. If there's not, you go to ground. If there's no ground frequency, you go to tower. But clearance is the one that'll give us our clearance to the airport that we're flying to. So they'll basically validate our flight plan. And you'll see there's no button to get our flight plan loaded here. So up here, I'm going to go back to my tablet and I'm going to hit this send button right here. And I'm going to click send to ATC and avionics. Now you may have 2 buttons towards the bottom here, like one for send to ATC, one to send to avionics. You'll need to hit those separately. But in Sim Update 2, they have this combined one. So when I hit that, you'll see now over here, we have the request IFR clearance button. So because we sent our flight plan that's loaded right here to ATC, we can now request clearance from ATC. And since we sent it to the avionics as well, that means it's going to program our avionics mostly for us with the route. We'll look at that in just a second. So until we do that, I'm going to hit... Actually, let's start down here with the computer first. So this is the MCDU multi-control display unit. It's our big TI calculator. And it could look scary if you've never used it before, but it's not that complicated. The first thing we're going to do is just, because we imported the flight plan already automatically, I'm just going to hit this execute button where the green light is on to let us know there was a change made. And then the next thing we're going to do is go through this in kind of like a page-by-page format. So this is just identification information. It's got like the nav data, date, and things like that, and what model plane we're flying, the engine size. Down here, we have position, init, and it's pointing towards this button down here. So you interact with each line of the MCDU by pressing the button next to it if you want to interact with that line in some way. So we're going to go to position init and click right here to go to what we need to do next. Now, this was done automatically for us because of inserting the flight plan. So we can go ahead and skip this. We're going to hit route to go to the next page. And it's really actually going through different sections of the MCDU for us with shortcuts here. So here we can verify that we have San Francisco to LAX. If you want, you can bring up your tablet and look through your whole flight plan, your route section, just to make sure it looks right. San Francisco, runway 28 right, and LAX is our destination, so that's correct. And up here in the top right, you can see, this is actually the route page right here, RTE. And it says route 1, and then it says 1 of 3. This 1 of 3 right here means there are 3 pages, so you can hit previous or next page to move between those pages. So if we hit next page, we will see it says that our first thing after takeoff is the Westla 5 departure, which is shown right here. And it says to Susie, that's where we exit the departure. Then we have Ironman 2, which is actually our arrival. And then we're going to get vectors to an approach for ILS 25 right. And if I hit next, the last thing will be the missed approach. And then if you run out of space, you can always go to the next page as a new blank page to type stuff in. But we're just using the automatic send to avionics things for this flight. All right, now for our approach, or for our departure information and our arrival information approach, there's a separate button down here called departures and arrivals. So if you click on that, it'll go to departures. If you click it twice, it'll be like this kind of main menu where you can choose whether you want to look at departures or arrivals, and approaches are included in the arrival part. So this is where, again, we could verify going to departure, and then over here, clicking on departure. Whoops. Clicking on the button next to departure will show us our selected departure, the Westla 5. So if I open this, Westla 5 via Susie matches right there for runway 28 right, which is our departure runway. We can go back to the index, which is the same as hitting departure arrival again, and then go to arrival and see Ironman 2 via Burgle. Here it matches Ironman 2 via Burgle. And then we have ILS runway 25 down here for the approach, and it says via direct. So that's a vector thing. We'll get to that in a little bit, like during cruise. All right, so next we're gonna go, let's see, if I was back here on the init, or sorry, let's see, if I was back here. Wait, how is FMC not active when it says it's active? Okay, well, anyway, it should have brought us to, yeah, after performance init, yeah, we would go from position to route to performance init. So you can get to this just by hitting the init button. So performance init will fill this out with some information that it wants to know, so it knows how to handle our auto throttle for us. Now, before I do that, and it's a good idea before you do anything, including like going here and like programming in your departure and arrival exactly, it's probably a better idea to get your IFR clearance to make sure that air traffic control does not change your departure runway or your departure procedure for you or anything like that. They're going to give you your whole route. So if you go in and you program the whole route, or you get all the performance information figured out for a specific runway and they change your runway, you'll have to go back and do it again. So it's better to get your IFR clearance first. So we'll hit that and listen to them.
Couchtree 2 Tree IFR to Los Angeles. Ready to copy.
No problem, Wolfie.
Couchtree 2 Tree is cleared to Los Angeles Airport. Via the Sahi 4 departure. Expect runway 19 left. Maintain flight level tree 50. Departure frequency is 119.475. Squawk 74 tree 2.
All right, so this is different than what we had. So we're just going to read it back. It's going to automatically remember the departure frequency for us, and it's also going to do the squawk code for us.
Maintain flight level tree 50.
So this is different from what we just looked at. Remember, we looked at the Westla 5 and runway 28 right. So this is kind of a random thing. It could change it or not, depending on the airport operations. All right, good day. We'll go ahead and tune to ground. They said 121.8, so they're two different frequencies. We'll go to 121.8. And then next we can request pushback clearance and all that stuff. So we're going to do ground services soon. If you're in career mode, it'll automatically have loaded your plane up for you, but I'll show you how to load it up manually with passengers and cargo. But for now, let's go ahead and react to what they told us, which is clear to Los Angeles, Sahi 4 departure. So I want to hit departure arrival a couple times to get here, departure arrival index. Go to departure, and now they changed everything on us. We're not doing 28 right, we're now doing 19 left. So I'm going to click where it says 28 right, and you'll see there's no 19er left, and that's because the SID is the instrument departure is also dependent on the runway, so it's filtering for us. So we have to go up here and turn that one off too. So now we have everything available. So the Sahi 4 and 19er left. So if I go down and click 19er left here, and if you need to, you can hit next page to see more on both sides. If I hit 19er left, watch the SIDS died. See how it filters? So it's always like live filtering. So it'll only pick the departure procedures that are relevant for the runway you chose or applicable to that runway. So here's the Sahi 4, which is what they told us. And that's all. They just said the Sahi 4 departure. Originally in our flight plan, we had Susie as the transition. So I'm just going to leave Susie there. Oh, it's changing it here live. Oh, that's interesting. Wait, what the? Oh, when I read it back, it changed it over here. That's interesting. I think that might be new. So we have Sahi, and then there's no... it just says direct. There is no transition waypoint that it chose. So we'll just do the same over here. So we'll pick 19er left, Sahi 4, and then without picking a transition waypoint, we'll just hit execute. So now we've changed for to use the Sahi 4 departure, runway 19er left. Now over here, you can see that it's done that automatically on the EFB. If it didn't do it automatically, we would want to synchronize our EFB with it, because these two things are not connected. There's no sweet like cable or Bluetooth system between them really. Though I think you can get that kind of thing on like certain tablets and working with a flight system like wirelessly or something. But anyway, if we look down here, we can see runway 19er left is shown for us for one-way taxi. So it is changed to runway 19 left. So if we had done all of our planning several steps ahead of where we are now, and then they changed the runway, we would have had to redo all of that. Okay, so now let's go ahead and get the plane loaded. So we have our clearance, so we know what our departure is, what runway we're using, and we know we're still going to LA. They said it's okay, we can go to LA. So if you want to use the passenger loading, or if you're in career mode, it'll do this automatically. Like if you, I think if you skip to taxi or takeoff, it'll automatically load it up. Otherwise, you need to go to ATC to ground services down here. And you can see it says request passenger boarding start, request fuel, request pushback. We won't wait for all the passengers to load, but, or like the baggage, we'll just do it ourselves through the tablet again. So if we go up to the tablet, I'm just going to make it up because in career mode, it'll make this up for you. Or in like the second flight we do tonight, we'll use SimBrief, which will give us an expected passenger count, kind of randomizes it, and then it tells us how much fuel we need and all that. I do have SimBrief. I do have a SimBrief flight plan set up for this already. So I'm just going to use what it told me for that. So it told me to take 146 passengers. So I'm going to do that by going down here to the bottom menu and clicking aircraft. This is kind of optional. Like you're going to want to make sure you have enough fuel, but if you don't want to load passengers, you don't want to load cargo, you don't even want to load fuel, you can always use the add fuel quantity command that you can bind to just add fuel whenever you want. That's all, you know, this is all optional. So we'll go to flight performances here. So aircraft, flight performances, and then mass and balance. They also added a shortcut to get here from the flight planner screen. So if you click the little weight icon on the left now, you can click configure and that'll jump to here as well. So we can just drag this quick fill here and you can see the seats. This plane is compatible with the EFB and passenger loading. So as we do this, you can see the different seats fill up here in like the 3 sections, like first, business, and economy. And this determines how many avatars are going to be loaded inside the back of the plane. So it told me to take 146. So I'll go ahead and move this till I see 146 on the right side here. Okay, there's 146, and then I'm just going to hit load. And if you want, you can go to cargo and do the same thing with cargo. I'm just going to leave it alone. And then over here on fuel, I'm going to load up with, it says I need about 10,000 pounds of fuel. So I'm going to click the little pounds button here. If yours says kilograms, you can go down here to settings and then change from pounds to kilograms if you want. So I'm going to click pounds first, and then I'm going to take the fuel out so our center tank fuel goes away. I'm just going to move it down to about 10,000 pounds of fuel. So there's 10,000, and I'll hit load in aircraft. So now we have left and right wings. Our wings have fuel in them, but the center tank does not have any fuel in it. If you do longer flights, then it'll end up filling up the center tank as well, mattering how much fuel you've put in. But we'll just do 10, 11,000 right now. And as soon as you hit load aircraft, it says it was successful in loading. If I look in the plane right now, there are no passengers in it. So to get the actual passengers in, like the weight is applied, but the passengers are not visible. And if you want the passengers visible, and remember, this will take some more resources from your system to render in all the avatars. If you want them, but it's impacting your performance, you can either not do the passenger boarding, or if you go into your settings under graphics, down here under global rendering quality, if you're on PC, you can go down and do this. Change the characters quality. So the higher this is, the more unique avatars it will load into the game. So if you have it on Ultra, it's going to load a lot of unique avatars. So the lower this is, the lower it should be on the performance hit. So I'm going to go ahead and hit request passenger boarding start. And then we should see the jetway get attached and the door open and all that. It'll do it automatically. It's like a poor man's GSX.
The jetway is going to be connected.
Oh, it looks a little high. Uh-oh. Is it going to go down? Alright, I think that's all we get. The door's not open either. Alright, well, let's go, let's go see if it loads anybody in, though. So if we look in the... Yeah, it is loading people. Look, there's a yellow jacket right there. Yellow jacket right there. There's some people in here. And you're probably wondering, how do we get inside the back to see the passengers and stare at them in their eyeballs? So we will go over that because you cannot walk through this door. Clicking the door handle exits the plane. So I'll do this once. You can rewind it. If you want to get your camera anywhere, your pilot camera, to set a custom camera, the way to do it in any plane is slide it all the way over to the right using Shift D in my case on the keyboard. Slide it all the way against the right side window. Go to the top, turn on your camera menu right here. And then down here where it says pilot, expand that. And then click the co-pilot button. And that'll teleport you outside the plane. Now, you can't move yet. If you try to move, it won't let you. So what you need to do is set your custom camera preset right here. On keyboard, we do that with Shift F5, 6, 7, and 8. So I'm going to set camera number 1 with Shift F5. And then I will right now use that camera by hitting Shift F1. So F1 and F5 are paired together. 2 and 6, 3 and 7, 4 and 8. Those are the 4 cameras. So if I hit that right now, you'll see me kind of bob back out. Or if it brings you inside the plane, just hit it again until you're outside. Once you use the camera preset to go outside, you can move around. And now we can just move. And if you ever get stuck, just set and use that camera again. But you can go out anywhere at the outside. Over here. Zoom your camera how you like and hit, Shift F5, 6, 7, or 8 to set whichever camera you're doing. You can fly inside and we can see all the passengers are loaded. You can see there are empty seats, and this does match accurately to the seating chart. So if you go up here and look at the seating chart, it does match. It's a little weird because I don't think we have a first class section, right? We just have, we have first, and then I don't think there's a, is there a barrier? Is there like a piece of glass? I don't see anything. It looks like it's a 2 class, not a 3 class seating. Oh, it's these seats, isn't it? These seats are nicer. Okay, we do. Yeah, so this starts the economy section. Yeah, and then, you know, you can set your camera. So I'm just going to, and I set my cameras like Shift F1 is here, 2 is here. I set some wing views. And that's up to you. Runway, we're going to take off on 19er left is what ATC gave me. All right, so it does, it looks like there was a problem on my end, like with the jetway. If your jetway connects, then it will actually take a long time for the passengers to load. You do not have to wait for them to load the entire time. You can hit request passenger boarding stop whenever, and it will automatically complete all of the loading. So I'll just hit passenger boarding stop. Our fuel is already loaded. If you want to see more things, you know, drive up to the plane, like the baggage and catering and all that, you can click those as well if you want to watch them drive up and all that. But the fuel and passengers are already loaded regardless of if you hit those buttons. Remember, as soon as we hit load an aircraft, technically the weight of the plane and the fuel, they're all set for you. All right. Next, what we're going to do is we already went down here and we set our departure and everything. So I'm going to look at our... oh, by the way, there's the route page, which we looked at already. There's also the legs page, which is kind of more like what you're used to seeing in a Garmin, which is just a straight up list of all the individual waypoints. And what we're going to do is go to legs and just look for discontinuities. We're not going to clear them because we're using ATC. Yeah, Typhoon, this is the default. Yep. We're not going to clear the discontinuities. These are basically a break in the flight plan because we're using ATC. If you're not using ATC, you can just take like this Burgle waypoint and move it up into these boxes by clicking to the left of Burgle and then clicking to the left of the boxes to move it. You're like cut and pasting it and then hit execute. I'm not going to do that though. I'm going to cancel it by hitting erase right here because I'm just going to leave the discontinuity in. Those discontinuities are there because you're not supposed to be doing anything at that point. You're basically waiting for ATC to tell you to do something, like go direct Burgle or turn on a certain heading. So I'm going to leave those in just so we can see what happens with ATC. Okay, now that was a lot so far. The next thing we're going to do is actually something you can pretty much do right when if you do this in career mode, you can like skip to takeoff and then start from this point in the video because all we need to do, because it loads everything in for us, is do our performance initialization. This is not done automatically for you in career mode, and this will be what lets you use VNAV and auto throttle successfully, is by filling out a few pieces of information here. The first one starts with the ZFW, that's zero fuel weight, which is what it sounds like. It is the weight of the entire plane, passengers, crew, and everything, minus the fuel. So how much does the plane weigh with no fuel in it? What is it? We have no idea, right? We don't know. Let's just click here. Oh, it figures it out for us. So if you just click the button, it puts down here in what's called the scratch pad. This is where we can actually type ourselves. It puts in a number for us. It just auto detects it. And now we can just insert it here by clicking again. So you just double click this to set your zero fuel weight. If you really want to, there may be some discrepancies here, but if you really want to get advanced, you could go into the EFB again and go up here and click this little info button that shows your zero fuel weight. And you'll see that it matches what it shows here, 131.1. How do you make FMS work with autopilot? We're going to use autopilot, but if you've loaded the FMS plan like I have, like I showed, then it will, we'll get to that in just a second. We'll be using autopilot. Does it load from SimBrief or manually via EFB? It will not load from SimBrief directly yet, but if you use the SimBrief EFB app, which you can download from SimBrief for free, you can use the SimBrief EFB app, view the flight, and then just hit import up here, this blue button. That will import it as well. Not only will the import from the SimBrief EFB app bring it into the MCDU, it will also bring it into the flight planner route section and put it here for you too. It does both. All right, so the next thing we're going to do is we're going to fill in our reserves. We could go look at SimBrief later for this, but we're just going to put 2 for this. And then for cost index, we're just going to put in, I'm going to put 35. Seems like it matters where you're flying, what company or airliner you're flying from, but we're just going to go with these static numbers for now. You can put a cost index of like 100 if you want to go faster. Reserves is just how much fuel. It's for alerts, basically. We want to land with a certain amount of reserve fuel because we want to know that we would have had reserve fuel for a go around, diverting to our alternate airport, emergencies, holding, stuff like that. But for now, we'll just put in 2. That seems to be a pretty common amount I get on the flights that I do with SimBrief. All right, cost index is a function of how much it costs to operate the airplane. So like the fuel cost, the staff cost, the pilot cost, the maintenance, whatever, the ground crew, parking fees, all that stuff. How much it costs to do the flight versus how fast will you get there. The lower it is, the less money it will cost you. But the longer it will take the flight to get to its destination. So if you want to go faster, put in like 100 for your cost index. I've seen these range from like 5 to 50 with the SimBrief flights I've been doing recently. All right, and then the last thing we need up here in the top right is our cruising altitude. And from before, we saw that we were going to go at 35,000. So you can type 350 or 35,000. It's up to you if you want to type more zeros. And then you type it and paste it in right up here. Once you do that, you'll see that execute turns green because we've given it enough information to now complete the initialization. So we hit execute, and now it says active. So the performance initialization is now active. This says unable cruise altitude. I'm not sure why. This thing can go up pretty high. So I don't know why it's saying that. So I'm just going to hit clear and ignore it. And if I'm wrong, we'll find out later. Typhoon, if you're not using SimBrief, you can. I went over it earlier, but you can either use the new EFB and Sim Update 2. This will be available to everybody. You just put in on the route page, flight planner route page, you put in your departure and arrival airports, and then click the Find Route button. It's gotten much better in Sim Update 2. Request flight plan does not work. You can rewind the stream too to see how I did it. I also went through using the Microsoft Flight Planner website. Oh, thanks, Mr. Fox. Okay, next we're going to do the N1 limit. So whenever you're kind of stuck or you don't know what to do, remember, usually the bottom right option in this screen will direct you to the next thing you need to do. So now it says we need to set our N1 limit. N1 is, you can think of it as like a percentage of thrust. It's like a rotation speed of the first like stage of the turbine engine. But N1, just think of it as like your thrust or power setting. So by going to the next screen, this is giving us the opportunity to save on wear and tear and a little bit on fuel by telling our engine to pretend like it's a weaker engine than it is, or to pretend that it's hotter outside than it is, so the engine like doesn't run as powerful as it normally would. Anyway, anything you put in here, we're not going to do this on this flight, it will turn this N1 value lower, so the engine would save fuel and save on wear and tear. We're just going to leave it alone. We're going to do a full takeoff power takeoff. But you can see here there's a derated takeoff, 10% derated, 20% derated. These essentially tell the system that you have a smaller engine than you actually do. And then the climb rating follows along, generally follows along with whatever the takeoff rating is. So, but we're going to do our normal takeoff and climb power, just full power. So we'll ignore this for now. We'll do this in flight 2 when we use SimBrief, because SimBrief will give us these calculations. And if you ever fly a more advanced 737 in the future, like the PMDG 737s or the iFly 737 MAX, then they will provide calculators, performance calculators, for you to figure this out, or you can use SimBrief. We'll use SimBrief in flight 2 today. All right, next, I don't know what to do, so what does it say down here? Oh, takeoff. Let's go to the takeoff configuration. This is one where we just need to add a couple things. Generally, we take off with flaps 5. I don't think I've ever taken off not with flaps 5 in the sim. So we're going to type the number 5 down here and click the flaps button. And we're going to put in flaps 5. Then it says CG. It wants to know our plane's center of gravity. All we have to do is double click this and it will fill it in for us automatically. As soon as we do that, you'll see it gives us a trim setting. And then over here, you may have noticed it gives us V speed. So let's do the trim first. We're going to set the trim. This is like your elevator trim, except unlike a smaller plane in an airliner like this, the trim controls the entire horizontal stabilizer. So when you set the trim in this plane, it's not just like a little trim tab at the back or something like that that changes. It actually moves along this track right here, and the entire horizontal stabilizer changes its position based on this trim. So we are trimming, and it's moving along this to change the direction that the entire horizontal stabilizer is angled at. When we move our elevators, it only moves this portion of the wing right here. So the trim and the horizontal stabilizer that it is controlled by is the primary, it is the brunt of the surface here that is moved by. So it's kind of the opposite as like a GA plane, like a small Cessna or something. Your elevator controls the majority of the mass of the elevator and the horizontal stabilizer. Here it's the opposite. The trim controls the majority of the horizontal stabilizer. The elevator is much smaller surface compared to the trim, compared to what the trim controls. All right, so down here, all we have to do is... Oh, there's a button to zero it? How do you do that? Is there a button to automatically set it? Did they add that? So if you eventually fly the iFly, you can... it would be cool if you could... Can you auto set it? I usually just go down here and set this manually, so you can use your elevator up-down button. You can grab the trim wheel itself. So you have here stabilizer trim, and we just want to move it. So in this case, it says 3.5. So this is 0, 1, 2, 3.5 would be a little bit in between the 3 and the 4. Are you talking about the rudder? If you're talking about the rudder trim, are you talking about the rudder trim down here? Use the throttle to keep it under speed limit. We're going to be using VNAV and auto throttle, so we are not going to touch like anything. It's going to be fantastic. Okay, so we've set the trim. You'll set it to whatever it says for your trim setting. I don't know if 3.5 is going to be bad or not. In the default Boeing 737 or the Asobo 737 Max, I feel like the trim is not accurate a lot of the time, so we'll see how it goes. But next we'll set our V speed. So you guys have heard of V speeds before. Probably heard of your rotation speed. So we have our V1 speed. That's the speed when you reach it, you're committed to take off because you don't have enough room to stop if you try to cancel the takeoff. VR is where you start pulling back on the control column on the yoke to get airborne. It does not mean that's when you're airborne. It means when you start pulling back on the yoke at that speed. And then V2 is our engine out safe climb speed. So if we lost an engine on takeoff, and maybe that could happen in career mode because of the wear and tear, then this is the safe speed to continue flying at if you lose an engine, is the V2 speed. Now, these are the calculated speeds. We just need to accept them by clicking the button next to them. So we'll just click each of these 3 buttons. So we have 132 for our V1 speed, so that's committed to take off. VR 133, we start pulling back to take off. And V2 145, if we lose an engine, we can climb at 145 knots. So if you're going slower than that, you'll want to pitch down to regain that speed at a minimum. Usually people take this V2 number and they put it up here in the autopilot for the selected speed. So I'm going to take 145 and put it up here where it says IAS, indicated airspeed. I'm going to put 145 up here. Now, this is useful if you take off and you're using autopilot and auto throttle. You can make sure that you're commanding this speed or higher as a reminder. Or some people, we're not going to do this because we're taking off with VNAV and auto throttle, but when you take off without using VNAV, then you would change this manually to bug up to the next speed, to the next speed, to the next speed as you're climbing out. But we're not going to do that. We're just going to let VNAV take care of it for us. All these speeds are IAS. Auto throttle will respect the 250 10K. Yep. Yes, it will respect the speed limits. Speaking of that, though, I have had times in career mode, in the flight sim built-in career mode, where it does not. So you may want to go here and change the 250. Now let's see if we go next. Does it show us 250 at 10,000? It might be smart to change that to a slightly lower speed. Yeah, like right here. It looks like I did that in the descent. I changed it to 240. Sometimes you can get penalized, so I might take this and put 245 slash right here. Oh, it doesn't let me. Can I just put 245? It doesn't let me. So this, yeah, maybe because of that in career mode, how sensitive it is to you hitting that 10,000 speed limit. Maybe you'll want to use not use VNav or just command the speed yourself here. You can do that by like choosing a speed and hitting speed intervene. Anyway, we'll start with VNav. We're doing a free flight. Maybe we can figure that out in another time. So anyway, I'm going to go back to legs and, or sorry, I'm going to go back to init and then performance. Okay, so if I hit init again, we see our takeoff reference speeds. I'm going to leave it here just to remind myself of the rotation speed on our way out. All right, so that was kind of a lot of setup. So what we're going to do now, we're pretty much ready to push back. All the passengers are boarded. We got our flight plan in. We've been on the ground power the whole time. So what we're going to do before we push back is get the APU started. That's the auxiliary power unit. It's a little engine that's like in the tail of the plane. That'll provide electrical power, and more importantly, it'll provide the bleed air we need to start the engines. So we go up and do that by, we're just going to do it the quick way, which is just, we're going to turn on all of the fuel pumps. So for me, remember when I fueled up, I only have fuel in the wing pump, in the wing tanks. I do not have any center tank fuel. If you have center tank fuel, you'll turn on these two additional pumps, the center tank pumps as well. You can check if you have center fuel by coming down here and looking at your fuel gauges, or your fuel data, which is right here. So I can see there's none in the center, only in the left and right wing tanks. Mine probably looks different than yours here. I turned it to the digital format. If you want, you can click menu and then settings. And there's just a couple options here, like how long it takes to do the IRS alignment we did before when we turned those switches to nav. Then right here, there's a digital and analog option to change this if you prefer one over the other. Okay. And yeah, if you have center pump fuel, it won't happen to me on this flight because I don't. But what JT's talking about is when you run out of center pump fuel or center fuel, the light right here that says fuel will turn on. You'll get a master caution, and this fuel will be highlighted right here in orange. That's your cue to go up and turn off the center pumps. You'll also see it say something about pressure here. I think I should be able to push these buttons to look, but yeah, low pressure. So they'll both say low pressure here, and that's another indicator there's just no fuel in those tanks. So you just turn off the center fuel pumps during cruise when you run out of center fuel. Alrighty, so let's get the APU on now. So we turned on the 4 pumps. Some people like to just turn on 1 pump when they get the APU on and turn the 4 on when they start the engines, but we can just turn all 4 of them on now just to save time, make it a little simpler. And then all we have to do is go down here where it says APU, move it to the on position, and then down into the start position, and it'll spring back to the on position. Now, it's kind of weird, but in the Max, there's literally nothing that tells you the APU status. There's nothing in here. There's nothing over here. There's nothing in the overhead. There's nothing that tells you if it's on. All we will know is that when it's available, we will see the APU gen become available with a blue light. We can also just go outside and look at the tail and see it starting up and hear it starting up out here. So you can hear it starting up. So that'll usually take a minute or so. And as soon as it's ready, then we're going to turn on the APU generators. So that will switch to providing electrical power to the plane from, instead of using the ground power, to using the APU. While we're waiting for that, let's go back into our comm menu. If you're using default ATC, we're going to go up here and say request pushback. Oh wait, actually, sorry. I hit that, but I don't think anything's happening, which is good because I shouldn't do that. I should go back to clearance and request pushback clearance. The other one is to actually have the pushback tug work. So we're going to request pushback. If you're not at a gate, you can just request startup if you're on some huge ramp, like in the middle of nowhere, not at a gate. But we're at a gate, so we need to actually push back from this gate. All right, they said pushback approved. So you can see the next step is to request taxi, but we're not ready for that. So we're going to go to ground services. If it'll let me. There we go. And then we can request pushback. If you don't want to deal with the ATC, you can use the Alt-P shortcut. Alt-Papa, P like Papa. Alt-P will just start pushing you back straight backwards instantly after you get the parking brake off. But okay, the APU is started. So now what we're going to do is go over here, see how this is blue now. APU generator is ready. We're going to turn it on by grabbing each of these. APU gen, we're going to pull this on and then this on. You'll see both those red lights went off. So now the electrical power is being provided by the APU, and we can disconnect from the ground power. Now in this plane, when I go to ground power off, nothing happens, so we can just start the pushback. Sometimes in other planes, you'll need to manually tell it to get rid of the ground power or not, but it's kind of not a thing in this plane yet. And while I'm up here, I noticed I forgot to set our cruise altitude. So if you don't want your passengers and yourself to not have oxygen, you need to change the cruise altitude up here for the pressurization system. So we're doing 35,000 feet. So you can click and drag or point and use your mouse wheel. So we'll bring this up to 35,000. And then it wants to know our landing altitude as well. So want to get that information from our tablet. I'm going to go down to our arrival, our destination airport, LAX. Click the little info button, and the elevation says 111, 111 feet. So just set it to whatever's closest to the elevation. So if you're at 140, you would set it to 150. If you're at 160, maybe 150. 180, maybe 200. It's only in 50-foot increments here. So just set it to the closest one. In this case, for LAX, it's about 100 feet. Okay, and they told us we can push back, and generally when you're getting the pushback, that's when you're cleared to start the engines, like during the pushback. So what we're going to do is turn on our anti-collision light. This is our beacon. So remember, the position or the steady light is your nav light. The anti-collision is your beacon. So we hit that, then our beacon here will turn on. There's one on top, and there's one on bottom, if I can see it. But there's one on top and bottom, and that's a warning that the engines are going to be starting shortly. So our lights look good, no taxi light or anything yet, and the APU is on. So your overhead panel should look like this. And since we're going to start the engine, the last thing we need to do with the APU is the most important thing since it started, and that's turn on the APU bleed over here. So this is going to let us use the air pressure, bleed air from the APU to get the engine started. So APU bleed is now on. That would also let us turn on like the air condition packs if we want to like get cooling and air circulation in the plane, but we're just we'd have to turn those off again to have enough bleed air to start the engine. So I just leave them off because the passengers don't actually complain about it. I don't think. All right. How long has it been? Has it been an hour already? It's been 53 minutes. Anyway, when we do flight 2, I'm going to speed run it so you'll see that it's pretty easy. Look, I already forgot something else. That's the altimeter. I'm just going to hit comma. Looks like it's 3001 right now. I forgot more stuff too. Sorry. I didn't look at the departure procedure. So they said we're going to go up to 35,000 feet. I'm not going to worry about like ATC right now. I'm just going to bring this. I'm going to bring this all the way up to 35,000 feet just so it'll fly the departure procedure for us. This is what you can do if you're not worried about ATC. You're not going to listen to it, but I'm kind of going to do both. I'll bring it all the way up, and then I'll pull it down if they give me a limit for how high I can climb. We'll do the charts the next flight, so we can finally get out of here. Okay, let's go ahead and do the pushback. So unrestricted. Well, this will, just like if you've used like a Garmin, if you've ever used a Garmin in a climb, like you can do this in the Vision Jet actually. If you had a departure procedure that had restrictions on the way up, it will follow those restrictions. This is kind of, this is giving it permission to ultimately go up to 35,000, but it's not going to climb all the way up to 35,000 if there are restrictions on the departure procedure. So there may be, in this case, if I look at legs, we just have 520 or above, and then, yeah, we do have some restrictions. Actually, these are on the arrival, I think. So yeah, we don't have any restrictions on the climb out. So in this case, it would be on, It's going to be restricted by ATC in some way. I just don't want to look at the charts right now for this flight. There's just a lot to do, and it's almost been an hour, so I want to do the pushback. So we'll just go up here and hit request pushback again.
San Francisco ground. Couch tree
The parking brake is
requesting
right down
pushback.
here next to the 2 engine cutoff
Couch
switches.
tree 2 tree. Pushback request accepted.
So if we look outside, we should see the pushback attaching. We can go ahead and get the parking brake off. Now, you'll see this is kind of annoying if you don't use a pushback tool of some sort. But there's a delay in when you tell them to push you left or right or stop. So you have to, it actually does it over the radio. It's like, we would like you to push us to the left. And see how it's starting to the left already? This isn't too bad, but look, if I want to go straight, push back straight, he has to say it. So hit it like 10 seconds in advance of it actually doing it. See, now it'll reply. Now I know I want it to go tail left. This is tail left or right. So I want the tail to go back to the left, my left. So I'll do steer left.
Couch tree 2 tree, requesting pushback tug to steer the aircraft to the left.
Couch tree
So it's
2
pushing the
tree.
tail to the
Your
left.
request has been transmitted to the operator.
So you can think of it like you're turning the steering wheel in the car. If I turn the wheel to the left, the ass of the car goes to the left, and vice versa. So think of it like you're going in reverse in a car. Which way do you want to turn the steering wheel? Okay, and he just abandoned me for some reason. All right, I guess we're stopping here, so we're going to go put our parking brake back on. Usually you would tell him to stop, but okay. And then we're going to click go back to clearance, and then we have request taxi IFR. That should normally be on a ground frequency, but whatever. As long as you can see request taxi IFR. All right, there goes the pushback tuck. Now, during this, you can like start your engines while you're pushing back, but that was so fast and I had to deal with this, so we're just going to start them now. All right, so starting the engines, you'll just want to double check that APU bleed is on. If you try to start the engines and they won't start, it's probably because the APU bleed is off. Or it's because you're running into a bug with Sim Update 2 that I'll probably show you in a second here. Hopefully that'll be fixed by the time you're doing this, if you're watching the video in the future. There's also, if you want to play with the fasten seatbelt sign, it's right here. If you want to hear some dings. I think auto is on whenever the gear is down. We're going to turn it to on. And then this one I think is usually used like for the crew to alert them of states like, hey, you get ready soon, and then like now we're going to take off. And then there's also like call buttons over here you can use for that. Oh, sorry, that's on Airbus over. There's like the attendant button or whatever. Anyway. So let's go ahead and get the engine started. So shift 7 again to get up here. The APU bleed is on. We want all the other stuff left alone. So the packs are off. The APU bleed is on. And all we have to do, we're going to start engine 2 in the Boeing. I thought it was engine 1. Somebody pointed this out last time. They're like, no, you start engine 2. Because of like how the hydraulic systems, like the primary ones in the Boeing 737 are on engine 2, I guess. So you start engine 2 first by turning it to the ground position. We're on the ground. We're going to use ground position to start the engine. We have our beacon on over here. So once you turn it to the ground position, it's going to start firing up the engine. The MAX engines take a long time to start. You have to wait until the N2 spot right here stops saying the word motoring. So in a little bit, it'll say motoring, and we just wait. Somebody said it can take up to like 3 minutes or something. So you just wait until it's done saying motoring, and then you just turn on the fuel switch down here by turning it from cutoff to idle on engine 2. So you just click this once it's done saying motoring. In Sim Update 2 beta right now, there's a bug where if you try to start it and it doesn't, you have to like raise the outside air temperature in the weather menu. It's super weird. They haven't fixed it yet. So motoring is done. So I'm going to click engine 2 right here, and it looks like it's starting. So I got lucky. If yours does not start, it usually seems to happen mattering how cold it is. Like if your EGTs are negative, then I think that's when the bug happens. Oh, built-in checklist says to wait to 25. We could do that next time. I'm learning too. EGT, I think if it's showing negative there because of how cold the outside air temperature is, you'll have to go up to the weather menu, turn off live weather, and go here where it says temperature and turn it hotter. Turn this up so it's hot, and then the engines will start. When you're all done starting both engines, go back in and turn live weather back on. All right, so got engine 2 started up, and we'll just wait for it to kind of stabilize. And all the lights are off here on engine 2. So we'll go ahead and start engine 1. So we'll just go back up again. And this switch right here switches itself off automatically. So we'll turn engine 1 to ground. We will wait for 25%. Or wait until after motoring. And then we'll introduce fuel on engine 1. What's up, Shadow? Hey, Ed. First officer doesn't get a HUD. Oh, yeah. I don't even use the HUD, actually. It's kind of cool. All right, motoring. See, this is where our flap indicator is. We'll use that in a second to make sure our flaps are at 5 for takeoff. Still starting up here. All right, motoring's gone. All right, 25, and then we'll introduce fuel, engine 1 start. When you fly the Airbus, it does this automatically. You don't have to click a second switch. All right, so now engine 1 is starting. Remember the weather thing. If you're running Sim Update 2 beta right now while we're doing this video, while we're doing this stream, then oh, am I not in multiplayer? Oh no, I see Trojan right there. I'm in Sim Update 2 beta. Might be because I'm did they bring in the live thing again? Oh, I'm not even on real time. Yeah, I should see you. All right, engine 1 is starting. All right, and it's kind of stabilizing. And if we look back at the top, we can see that engine 1 is also on off for the starter. So now you can see these 2 generators here. So we now have our engine, our main generators. We're going to use them instead of the APU. So we're going to switch to those by turning Gen 1 on. See the light go away. And now Gen 2, we'll turn that on. And then over here, we're going to turn on both the engine bleeds. So engine 1 and 2 bleeds. It's going to warn us we're getting a bleed from the APU and the engines at the same time. We're going to go up here and turn the packs to auto. That's left and right pack to auto. And then the isolation valve to auto. And then these recirculation fans are on auto automatically. They were already there. Now we can turn off the APU bleed and the APU. So APU bleeds off and APU off down here. And you'll see the APU gen light go out. So if you've done all of that, you shouldn't see any orange lights or any blue lights up here. So over here on the bleeds again, we're doing, this should be the configuration you have. Recirc fans should have been on auto already. All 3 of these in the middle, the packs and ISO valve to auto with the engine bleeds on. And then because we're on the main engines now, we're not using the APU engine or the APU, we're going to turn the APU bleed and the APU off. So those are both off. All right, and then if you want, these are on auto, but I think you're supposed to turn these to the on position instead of auto for the probe heat after you start the engines. And then if you ever fly in really cold weather, you're going to probably want your engine and or wing anti-ice during the takeoff if it's really cold out. But we're San Francisco to LA right now. It's not freezing or anything. Alrighty, so now that the engines are all started, we're going to get our flap set. So we're going to go flaps 5. So the flap indicator, or the flap handle is right here, flap lever. It's got a lot of options, but don't worry, generally we're just using 1, 5, 15, and 30 are the only positions we really use. You just have to get through the other positions to get into it. So I'm going to hit flaps down 1, 2, 3 times to get into flaps 5. On our way out after we take off, we're going to go from flaps 5 to flaps 1, and then from flaps 1 to up. And if you've ever flown the Airbus, we're going to do it in a similar way where you'll be prompted over here on the left when to put them up. Though on the Airbus, it's just like the VFE marker, I think, the orange lines. But okay, so flaps 5 is indicated. The next thing we're going to do is get our auto brake on. So down here, auto brake is set to off by default. We're going to turn it to the RTO position. This is like, this is rejected takeoff. It's kind of like putting on max auto brakes on the Airbus for your departure. So we move it to RTO, rejected takeoff. We leave the speed brake alone though. And then if you're using ATC or beyond ATC or something and you want to set your transponder, we would have done this at the gate. It set it for me automatically, but the transponder is right down here. So you would just type in your transponder code. If you want, you can turn this to auto or on. And then if you're being more realistic, you can change to above here, like for the traffic alerts. You're interested in what's above you because you're going to be taking off and climbing. And then the main transponder mode switch is over here. So we'll turn it to TARA once we get lined up for takeoff. All right, now to check your takeoff config in the Boeing, you just move the throttle to the full position and then pull it back. So if I turn my parking brake off and hold my normal brakes and then move it all the way up and back real fast, if I don't hear the beep sound, then that means my takeoff config is good. If you do hear the beep sound, then good luck. You have to go around and figure out why it's not ready for takeoff. But it's probably because the flaps are not in the right position, the auto brake is not set to RTO, or the parking brake is on. Or I don't know if it beeps if the trim is not set, but maybe. So yeah, just make sure all those things are set. And then over here, you can also double check that with this little built-in checklist. Before takeoff, flaps and trim, the most important things. So make sure you have those set. So we got flaps 5 set. All right, next let's bring up the comm window. Oh, it beeps if the trim's out of the green area. Got it, got it. Oh, it's in the green. We'll see. I might need a lot of back pressure. And speaking of trim, I think this is a bug with this plane too, but because I'm used to the PMDG and the iFly 737s automatically trimming as I'm taking off and pulling back on the yoke. In this plane, in the Asobo one, it does not auto trim while you're taking off. So you need to use the trim yourself and trim up a bit as you're taking off. Remember, because the trim moves the entire horizontal stabilizer back here, it is very sensitive. So at least by default, it's very sensitive. So you literally want to move it like this slow, just like a little tap, a little tap, a little tap while you're trimming it out. It's just super sensitive. So we'll get ready for that in a minute. All right, so I'm going to go hit request taxi IFR.
San Francisco ground.
And since we're going to taxi, I'll turn the taxi light from off to auto. The auto position, I think it... So he's giving us our taxi instructions. The auto position, I believe it has 2 brightnesses on the taxi light. Is it not on? Oh yeah, there. It will turn the taxi lights to like different brightnesses depending on if the landing lights are also on, I think. Something like that. Or maybe it lowers the taxi light brightness when the landing lights are on. Something like that. Okay, so they gave us our taxi instructions. We're going to acknowledge it. And then I'm going to hit my shortcut for assistances. Or you can go into your assistance options and make sure taxi ribbon is on. The transponder is not bugged anymore. No, they fixed it. All right, so I don't have the taxiway ribbon. So if you want to turn it on, go to settings, assistance, scroll down just a little bit, and taxi ribbon's right here. So I'm going to turn that on. All right, now we can just follow that. So let's go ahead and get the parking brake off. We already got our taxi light on, and we're just going to follow the ribbon. Or if you're not using the ribbon, you can just use your EFB and zoom in and just go towards the runway that you set up from the EFB. And depending on the weight of your plane, it might be quite a bit to get this thing moving. The next thing I haven't yet set up is the autopilot. We set the altitude, but we didn't set our climb mode or anything yet, so we'll do that in a second. We'll just do it as we're following these. So up here on the top, we're going to turn on the flight directors. So right here, there's a flight director switch. I'm going to turn that on. Then over here, I'm going to turn on the other flight director. You want to start with the left one. And then we're going to turn on right here, auto throttle is on. And then we're going to hit VNAV. And then we're going to hit LNAV, and that's it. So shift, is it shift 4? Shift 4 looks at the MCP. This is the mode control panel, basically your autopilot. So yeah, flight director 1 on, flight director 2 on, and then auto throttle, VNAV, LNAV. And then you can double check that those are set over here. We want to see arm, LNAV, VNAV. This is auto throttle armed, LNAV and VNAV are armed. And then we got 35,000 feet set. Now it's going to automatically, set our throttle, abide by any altitude restrictions, abide by any speed limits, all that stuff. While you're taxiing, your ground speed is right here in the top left of your map screen. And if you want to change the zoom of your map or the format of your map, it's these two knobs and buttons right here. So you can turn them to change the range, turn them to change the format, or like on the plan view, the second view, the default view, if you right click it, centers it or not, like this. You can zoom in and out. So I can see on mine, we're going to take off and we're going to turn left to this waypoint, and then there's that discontinuity. So there's the break between that waypoint and the next waypoint. So we're going to need to do something. Like I'm just going to listen to ATC. How do you change the speed in the FMC, which is 250 below 10,000? We can do that on the climb out if you want. The easiest way is just to press the speed intervene button or speed intervention button. Hit this button and then the speed will show up here in the window. And then you can just turn this to your desired speed. And then you can hit the speed intervene button again to give the FMS control of the speed again. Or the FMC. Yeah, ideally we would just go down here in the VNAV section and change the restriction, but it won't let me change this restriction. And I also don't see a 10,000 restriction in here, so maybe you guys know, maybe I'm missing it. Because there's the cruise altitude, wind, and stuff like that. But yeah, I don't see anything for setting the VNAV restriction on the climb out speed restriction. See, this is descent. There's 240 at 10,000, which I think I set in this. But anyway, I'm going to go back to the init page here so we can see our rotation speeds, 133. Autopilot, it comes on automatically. We will hit the toga button and then you can kick it out. I usually hit it when we're at 1,000 feet above the ground. So we'll just hit autopilot on. The autopilot on button is, there's actually two autopilots. So you have like the left and right side autopilot, like the pilot flying, pilot monitoring, or captain and FO autopilots. If you hit the button on, it'll turn them both on. You only really need to turn on the A autopilot, the primary one, assuming that the left seat is flying. If you're doing an auto land procedure, maybe we'll get an auto land in today, you turn on the second autopilot as well for the auto land. But just like other planes, like, you know, when you take off, we'll get our gear up when we have a positive rate. Then we'll turn the autopilot on. We're at 1,000 feet up. I think technically you can turn on autopilot when you're above like 500 feet AGL. But it's a sim, you know. If it doesn't block you from turning it on instantly, just turn it on whenever you want, you know. I'll turn it on probably at 1,000 feet. All right, so we're all lined up. Let's go and bring up the communication window again if you're using ATC, and then we'll tune to the tower and ask them to let us take off. Looks like I need to go across first. I guess they must have told me to cross the runway already, so we'll go ahead and go across the runway. So this is 19er right. I'm taking off 19er left. And I'm just using my rudders. Like, if you want, you can use the actual tiller wheel down here separately. You can bind that in your settings by setting an axis to nose wheel steering axis. But if you don't have that or want that, then a separate axis for steering the airline, you can just use your rudder pedals. It'll translate it, even though that's not realistic. You actually use the tiller wheel here to steer the plane. All right, let's get the parking brake on, and now we should be able to tell them we're ready for takeoff. So before I do that, we'll just go over how we're going to take off. So all we're going to do is turn and line up. Over here on the throttle levers, you can see right here it says auto takeoff and go around. That's a little thumb button right here, this black button that I'm pointing at. You can see, though, I can't actually click it. The way to click this in the sim is with your middle mouse click. So if I middle mouse click, it will push this little button. I don't think I can click it here. Unless they've changed it. It almost looks like I can, but I think it's clicking something else. What even is that? I think it's hiding the yoke. Oh yeah, that's hiding the yoke. So yeah, you can middle click on either one of the throttles, and that will push the button. As soon as you push the button, these will mechanically move themselves. The throttle will actually physically move. So you do not need to worry about any detents with the throttle. You just turn it on, you hit the toga button, and you just leave it. The next time we're going to use the throttle is when we're coming into land. If you want, you can go into your settings and set a shortcut for this. So if you go to controls, and I think the default is like control left bracket on a keyboard. But if you go into controls, nice. What the heck? Oh my God. Oh my God. No, the sim crashed. Why? What time is it? 1:16. 1 hour, 16 min. Okay, in the replay of this VOD, I'm going to go in after the stream is done tonight, and I'm going to cut out the part where I'm restarting. But since we're doing it live, I need to restart. Oh my God. All right, I'll clip that out from the replay, but did it happen in the Airbus tutorial? Oh God. Anyway, if you guys are there in the settings, just search for under autopilot and then auto throttle. You can set. Anyway, you can set a. You can set the auto throttle toga shortcut to a button. I think the default is control and then left straight bracket, which is like near your backslash and return keys. The V1 speed. I think it was like 133 or something. I don't know what was on there. It was all programmed in. Oh no. You crashed too? No. What a pain in the butt. So cute. Thank you for the bork. Thank you very much for that cute bork. I blame FSU IPC. I don't know why. I just noticed it loaded again. What caused the crash? I have no idea. I guess there's a bug in the settings menu. I don't know. Anyway, we'll just click the toga button for now. Oh yeah, you can set a takeoff or auto throttle toga button in your shortcuts if you don't already have one.
The winner of Bork Raffle 270 for his Gerber Cares. Congratulations.
All right, load from web. Send to ATC and avionics. Let's see if I load in and 19 left, what happens. Sure, maybe I'll leave this part in the tutorial. So I'm going to load in directly on the runway. And we'll just see how it's configured. It might be similar to how it's going to be in career mode, but we'll see. Yeah, we'll see how it goes on the runway.
Frisco Tower. Couch tree 2 tree at runway 19er left ready for departure. Departure to the south. Couch tree 2 tree. Altimeter tree 001 departure to the south approved. Cleared for takeoff runway 19er left.
Okay. We are on the runway then. So you guys who are following along, you can just pull onto the runway. You'll notice all the lights are on in this, so I do have a few things to do first, though. I'm going to go down here. Oh, wait, this is new? What the heck? This is new. It did not used to do this. Okay, it doesn't have the route in, though, but it does have the performance in, which is interesting. That's kind of cool. Yeah, it doesn't have the whole route in somehow, but I'm going to go and send it to ATC and avionics. Execute. Okay, takeoff speed's deleted. That's fine. So we're going to go takeoff, flaps 5. It's already got the CG, so we'll just click all these, and I'll put 147 in the window again. I think it was 145 before, but it did a different weight. All right, 147 and 35,000. Then flight directors are both on. Auto throttle, VNAV, LNAV. Actually, I can't do that yet because I have to put the flight plan in. Okay, so I'm going to go over here to legs. Yeah, it doesn't have it in, so I'm going to go departure arrival. Our departure was 19 left, Sehi. Departure arrival. And then the arrival, it was Ironman 2. Ironman 2, runway 24 right. Let's double check. 25 right. Oh, it doesn't have the arrival here either. Hold on, there's something broken, I think. Send to ATC and Avia. Okay. Okay, now I think it did it. Alright, Westla. Oh, I have a discontinuity, but it didn't change. Yeah, we have a different departure than this had, so I'm going to go here and change Westla 28 right, 19 left, Sehi, execute. And then I need to change it over here. 19 left, Sehi, change procedure. Okay. And I don't know where I got that from. What? Now I have on route waypoints. Oh, right. It didn't have... It's okay. I'll leave the on route waypoints this time. You guys might not have those on route waypoints. Oh, no, I did. All right, let me pick up where I had it. So I'm going to get rid of these because... Yeah, hold on. I'm just going to hit reset because the way I did it was doing it through here. So I'm just going to do it again real quick. San Francisco, LAX, find route. Okay, that's done. 350 for the flight level. Now we'll send it. That should be it. And then they changed it on me, right? So 19 left, Sehi. That should be where I was. Yeah, there we go. That looks right. Okay, now I'm gonna go do my init ref again. It's already in there. It says trim 4. We'll do the V speeds. 147 up here. Now I can do LNAV, VNAV. Okay, so I should be where I stopped. Okay, so flaps are 5. Auto brake is set to RTO. Trim, it said, should be at 4, so I'll move that up to 4. Alright, and these lights are kind of annoying, so I'm going to get the background light down here off. And down here. Main panel light off. And up here is the panel light off. Okay, I forgot to do this when we pulled onto the runway ourselves. What was this? 35 and 100. Just as far as the lights go, we should turn on our landing lights right here. So turn both your landing lights on. Runway turn-off lights, taxi light, all those lights should be on. Want to turn the engine starters to continuous. You can do this before you taxi if you want, like right after you start your engines. But we leave it in continuous for takeoff and landing. And then over here, you should have your beacon on. And then instead of just the nav light, since we entered a runway, we turn this up to strobe and steady. So strobe and nav on. And I don't know why they're in different positions. It's weird, right? This one's up, this one's down. But that should do it. Okay, the rest looks fine to me. Seatbelt signs are on. If you want to ding them, they're right here. Everything else looks good. Window anti-ice is on, and then probe heat can be an auto, I guess it's fine. All right, so it should be, you guys should be right where I am. Yeah, it doesn't save the box inputs. That would be nice. Okay, so I'm just going to zoom in here and recenter on myself. We can watch the plane on the moving map. All right, so to take off, we'll go down here. Look, before takeoff, we got our flaps and stabilizer trim set. You'll see after we take off, the engine bleeds are already on, but we're going to get our gear up and then our flaps up, and we're going to get the autopilot on. So to do the takeoff, all we have to do, it's optional if you want to hold your brakes and like spool up the engines to 40% and see that they're stable before you do this, but it's kind of optional. You know, in the sim, you can do whatever. If you want, you can just hit toga, or you can bring it to 40%, hold your brakes there, make sure the engines are stable, then hit toga. So to hit toga, you can either hit a shortcut, or you can middle click right here. We'll press the toga button. All you do is middle click and then look straight forward, because it's going to automatically move the throttle for us. And we're just going to hold runway centerline. You should give it a little, just so the nose wheel steering works good. You can push the yoke forward a little bit to put more weight on the nose wheel. And then you can use nose wheel steering more effectively. And then as we get to 100 knots, when we're at like 100, you'll just release it back to the neutral position. And then when we hit the rotate, we'll start a slow rotation back. After you rotate, you're going to want to get to about 15 degrees or so halfway between 10 and 20. Pitched up, and then we'll get our gear up, and then we'll get our flaps up soon after that, and our autopilot on. So you'll also want to get ready with your autopilot on button, or click autopilot over here. I'll call all of it out. Okay, and remember in the pitch trim, like, I think hopefully they fix this bug, but like the other 737s, the third-party ones, they will automatically be moving the pitch trim up for you when you're taking off. But in this plane, it doesn't. So you're going to need to slowly move the pitch trim back. Like, just do it a tiny bit at a time, because it's really sensitive as you're taking off, to relieve that pressure from needing to pull back on the yoke so much. All right, let's go ahead and just, I'm not going to do the hold and 40% thing. I'm just going to middle mouse button click, and that'll advance the throttle for takeoff. If it's beeping at you, it's probably because you have like your parking brake on. Okay, and so push your yoke forward a little bit to give it nose wheel pressure, so you can steer with the nose wheel when we're at lower speeds. Okay, we're at about 80 knots. Steering with my rudders now and letting go of the yoke. There's 100. Our rotation speed's right there, V1 and then rotate. So as soon as it hits rotate, start slowly pulling back, and just keep pulling back and keep pulling back. Keep pulling back until the nose starts coming up, and then start trimming like right away. It should be trimming automatically, but it doesn't. So keep using your elevator, trim, and aim for like 15 degrees. Halfway between 10 and 20, and get the gear up.
Continue for south departure.
All right, so gear's coming up.
Couch tree 2 tree.
When this black number gets to 1,000, I'm going to turn on my autopilot. That's our height above the ground. Just hold the wings level. Okay, now hit autopilot on, and it should start turning automatically for you. So remember, gear up, 1,000 feet, autopilot. All right, looks like JT is up, Slevin's up, Bob's up, Speed is up.
Couch tree 2 tree. Did you hear my last
If you look over here at your speed bugs, when you get towards the 1 bug, you can put change it from 5 to 1, and when you get above the 1 and you're nearing the up bug, you can get them all the way up. So now I'm near up, I'm going to get them all the way up. So just look at the speed bugs here to know. Okay, then I'll acknowledge ATC. That's something you're going to have to do, and
Couch tree 2 tree.
that's something you're going to have to do when you're using career mode. Dynamic settings, yeah. I'm using dynamic settings today instead of auto FPS. Once you have the autopilot on, the trim will be working. It seems like it's a limitation with the Asobo one. Assuming the PMDG and the iFly Max are accurate, when you take off, it's auto trimming for you as you're taking off. But in this version, the Asobo one, it does not do that. It might be a limitation on their end that they can't make it do it without the autopilot on, but... Okay, so for me, I'm going to Sahi right here. Remember, I have that discontinuity in my flight plan. So I'm going to be listening to ATC. Oh yeah, see how we're at 250 knots? If you're doing career mode and you want to take over the speed, come over here, press the speed intervene button, and then change the speed yourself. All you have to do, this is basically to take manual control or give it back to the plane. So now if we look, we are at 245, so you can keep that 245 target instead of risking getting to 250. And then, you know, once we're past 10,000 feet, you can go and click speed intervene again. Since we're nearing 10,000, I'm going to get the landing lights off in advance, runway turn off lights off. We'll get the engines back to off. The starters can be an off here instead of continuous. So lights off and starters back to the off position. Then down here, we're going to want to turn the auto brake back to the off position as well. Pretty much all the things that we did in preparation for takeoff. I didn't do this, but you guys probably would have... Oh, I forgot to go over this, but TARA, this is where you turn on TARA down here. So beyond ATC will require that, otherwise they won't see you. Okay, we're above 10,000, so I'm not worried about the speed restriction anymore. I'm just going to give control back to the plane for the speed. So when you see the speed here, you are in control of it. If it is blank, like it's about to be when I click this, that means the plane is in control of it. Packs should be on already. We left packs on. We didn't do a packs off takeoff or bleed off takeoff. We just left them on auto. So this was configured for us already. LNAV. Oh yeah, so because I'm using ATC, it's because I have a discontinuity. So I'm going to go to Oakland Center. Oh, it's not even working. All right, I'm just going to move myself to the next waypoint. So I'm just going to go down here, go to legs, because I had that discontinuity. I was waiting for ATC, but it looks like it's messed up. So to do a direct to on the Boeing, there's no direct to button. All you have to do is move the waypoint you want to the very top position. So all I do is click on where Burgle is. It types Burgle. I put Burgle at the top, and then I hit execute. Now Burgle is active, and I can go back and turn on LNAV. Unlike the Airbus, when you do a direct to in heading mode or not with LNAV on, the Airbus will automatically put LNAV on when you do a direct to. In the Boeing, when you do a direct to or you mess with the flight plan down here, you have to go up and hit LNAV to get back into LNAV. So that's like your nav mode, lateral nav, aka like the Garmin's regular nav mode. So it's just climbing, climbing, climbing. If you want to change your map, it's these two knobs right here. You have a map format knob, this one. So you can change between like approach, which will give you like a VOR needle, map, which will look ahead of you. This is kind of the default one is the map. If you want it to be 360, you can right click where it says center to see a full 360. Or there's the plan view, which is a north up view where your current waypoint is centered. So it's up to you. If you use the plan view, either here on the first officer side, you can go down and go to legs and then click this step button to step through one waypoint at a time. That's how you move through the flight plan. And then you can like zoom in, of course, to review your flight plan. But I usually have it on map view here. If you want to clean up some of this stuff as well, once you took off, over here, you can clean up some of this engine information down here. You can click on ENG, way down here, see where it says ENG. You can click on that, and that'll clean up some of the extra engine information we don't really need to look at now. If you want to get rid of the hydraulic and gear info, you can do that as well over here. If you want to make this a huge map, you can click the little sys button to get rid of the system info, and then there's a whole map here, and you could, I like to turn this to the plan view like this. So kind of out of the corner of my eye, I can see the entire route, but it's up to you. How do you enter the cabin to set a pre-cam? I did that earlier in the replay Typhoon if you scroll back. All right, we're coming up to 18,000 feet, so we're going to switch to standard altimeter. It's because we're in the US. So right here where it says standard, I'm just going to right-click there. And then you can see standard. Matters what country you're in, but in the US and Canada, 18,000 feet. Yeah, Zhang, that's right. Yeah, we talked about that during the startup. It's a bug in Sim Update 2 right now. You can just go up to the... If your engines won't start, you can go up to the weather menu, and then you can just raise the temperature temporarily, the outside air temperature, so they'll start up. We have these checklists here we can use too, by the way. These are kind of nice as a quick reminder, the most essential items. So engine bleeds, we had the engine bleeds and the packs on during takeoff. If you want like a max power takeoff, I don't think I've ever done it, but you turn the packs off here, and then I guess you turn the engine bleeds off as well. I haven't even done it. And then you do the takeoff, and then so once you're up a little bit, doing your after takeoff checklist, you would go through and turn the bleeds and then the packs to on and auto. Gear is up, flaps are up with no lights. We already did that. And then we have our descent checklist. So this is actually just really, I like this being here. It's really convenient to use. Arctic, yeah, you can see the passengers. I went through how to set the custom camera earlier, so if you want to rewind later, you can. It works in any plane. There's a way to get inside any plane. Okay, so you can see how these screens are super dim right now. If you want to brighten these up, it's right below the left and right side screens. They're the outboard display unit, inboard display unit. So this is the outboard, the one towards the outer part of the plane, towards the inner part of the plane. So you can just turn the big knob here, kind of the outer knob, up or down to brighten those up. If you need to brighten up the MCDU, you do that with the bright knob right here. So you just keep clicking bright plus, or bright minus. You like click and drag or use your mouse wheel. And then the same goes over here for the first officer side. You have the outboard right here, if you want to turn these up. I remember I switched to standard up here, but I didn't do it here. If you want to turn the standby indicator to standard, you just click the middle here, right click to push it, and that'll put, you can change it between hectopascals and inches, but it'll just set it to 2992. Autopilot's required, 280 and above, yep. Yeah, it's always so funny when people are like, "Oh, a real pilot doesn't use autopilot." It's like, yeah, you know, legally you have to. just so you know, if you're trying to be the realistic guy, trying to pat yourself on the back while playing a video game on the internet, then sure, but you're wrong. All right, so now we're just monitoring. We're doing the climb. Let me see if I can get the ATC to... yeah, I have to do flight following and then IFR flight plan, or request IFR clearance, so...
Echo 16, flight level 230. Request flight following.
Couch tree 2 tree center. Squawk 114 tree.
Oh yeah, Ollie said weather radar. Yeah, I think it works in this plane, yeah. You can just hit WXR. It'll show up right here. It's just like a simple Nextrad looking weather though, I think, in the Asobo one. I don't think it actually, I don't think it actually has like a weather radar looking radar. It's more like satellite weather, like Nextrad. I think. We'll see. I mean, I don't think we have any precip on the way, but I'll leave it on just in case. All right, I'll acknowledge radar contact.
Couch tree 2 tree.
Request IFR clearance.
Center, Couch tree 2 tree. 3 miles northeast of 1 Charlie 9er. Flight level 245. Request IFR to Los Angeles. Ready to copy.
Couch tree 2 tree is cleared to Los Angeles Airport as filed. Squawk 114 tree.
All right, 1143.
Couch tree 2 tree cleared to Los Angeles Airport as filed. Squawk 114 tree.
Couch tree 2 tree, read back correct. Radar contact flight level 250. Continue to Susie following heading 160. Climb and maintain flight level 350.
All right, climb maintain 350. I'll acknowledge. Okay, so let's talk about climbing real quick. So if you are in the climb and you're using ATC, like beyond ATC, and they haven't cleared you all the way up, what you can do is, I'll go ahead and show this real quick. So I'll bring this down to, so we level off. So say we're gonna level off at 26,000. So there's the beep letting us know we're less than 1,000 or at 1,000 away from holding. You can see here the speed, it's gonna pull back our throttle and it's gonna level off at 26,000 feet. Okay, see the throttle getting pulled back. We can see our thrust rating going down, our N1 going down, and then it's leveling off now. VNAV altitude. So we VNAV is on still, but it's holding us at this altitude. So if we're here and then we get an instruction from ATC to climb, all we have to do is choose the new altitude. So she said to go up to 25,000 and hit this button right here that says altitude intervene one time. So we'll just click this and now it'll go back into VNAV climb. So now it's VNAV speed mode. Throttle is getting pushed forward to gain some speed, and then it'll start pitching up to resume the climb for us. That goes with the descent as well. All you have to do, as long as you have VNAV on, and by the way, you shouldn't look at the lights here to know what the system status is, like what your flight modes are. You should always look over here for like the source of truth is this, not the buttons, not the lights. But you would just change that down and hit altitude intervene to start the descent. Now, I mentioned only hitting altitude intervene one time because it does have another purpose, which is if you happen to have any altitude restrictions, so they'd be here in magenta for the active altitude restrictions, say at a waypoint on a SID or a star, a departure or an arrival, it's holding you at 20,000, but ATC said to climb to 30,000. Say we're at 10,000, there's a restriction for 20,000, and they told us to climb to 30,000, right? If I start climbing from 10, if I put in 30,000 and I click intervene, I'm telling it start the climb up to 30,000. But then if I look down here, I'll see that the highlighted transition or the highlighted restriction is going to stop me at 20,000, right? So we're at 10. We want to go to 30, but there's a VNAV restriction in magenta that's saying it's going to stop us at 20,000 until we get to a certain waypoint. You can clear that by just hitting the altitude intervene button again. Every subsequent time you press altitude intervene, when it's already climbing or descending, every button press after that while it's still climbing or descending will clear the active VNAV restriction here, the active constraint. So if I had like 10 constraints and it's on this one right now and it's magenta, and I click altitude intervene, it'll clear it and move to the next one, then move to the next one until there are none left. I can keep hitting that button to get rid of all the restrictions that are blocking me from climbing up to 30,000, if that makes sense. And the same goes for descending on an arrival procedure on a star. So we do have restrictions here on the star. I can see them here, the bigger white numbers. So we have between 26 and 29,000 right here. So this will be a restriction we're following. If I want to go here and bring up the charts, I can, like the Iron Man 2, and see those graphically. So you can see all those restrictions here, like right here between 23 and 27, 20 and 24. So if ATC says descend and maintain 20,000, and I'm up here, that 23 would block me. And then there's the 20. So I could clear it by hitting that altitude intervene until it goes away and moves to the next one. We might see that in the descent, or maybe I can just remember to demonstrate it. Do I think AI will be getting inside the cockpit? Oh, you mean in real life? I have no idea. I don't know. I'm sure they'll try it. I mean, we humans love our AI. I don't really love AI, but I don't know. I mean, I trust. I've taken self-driving cars before. I've taken Waymos before, and I think they're incredible. Maybe that's a thing in the future. I have no idea. I'm not a real pilot, so I just I have no idea. Oh, descend now? You mean like down here on the VNAV screen? I don't know if I've ever used it, actually. I think I need to be up in the cruise before it'll show up. But yeah, there's on VNAV, is it on the cruise page? You can hit DES. Actually, it might be on the descent page. I don't think I've ever used it. So I don't think I can demonstrate it now. VORD? You mean DME, Bruno? If you're tuned into a VOR, then you can see the DME down here in the corners. And you can turn these bearings on up here with these two. This is bearing pointer 1, either VOR1 or ADF1. And then VOR and ADF2. I think this second one's bugged though. You see how it's not changing at all? But you can change that up here. And if you're tuned to an ILS, it'll show it automatically up here. When you get in range, it'll show the ILS information. Oh, sorry, he asked earlier. Sorry, I didn't see that. Does anyone know how to make the VOR? Oh, on the Airbus, sorry. The VOR appear on the N320 display. Where is the VOR? Is it? I know the 350 has a bearing pointer you can hit up here. I'd have to look at a picture of it. We're flying the 737 right now. Oh, beautiful. Today we salute you, sim rate time acceleration guy.
Mr. Sim Rate Time Acceleration Guy.
You should be in 1x speed like a real simmer. AFK, watching the Real Housewives of Orange County with your partner.
It's actually not that bad.
Eating popcorn. Scratching your balls. Thanks, Lith. Anything but using sim rate. Loser. Yeah, no sim rate allowed. I'm just kidding. I love sim rate. Thanks for the bits, Lith. Appreciate that. LAX is a nightmare. Yeah, I live in LA. I mean, I've never flown an airplane into LA, but I've definitely driven a car there a billion times. All right, so as long as we have our flight plan in correctly down here, we have no, we don't have any discontinuities before our first vertical restrictions or altitude restrictions. You should see a top of descent marker. To see how long it is away, you can either hit prog or VNav. Let's see, are we at 35,000? Oh, we're not quite there yet. So once we get to 35,000, then we will be able to see a number of miles out until top of descent and a time. That'll show up on the prog page right here. Or if you go to the VNav page, it'll show on the right side once we're over here. We can see it on VNav page 2. So hit VNav and it'll either be automatically on page 2 if you're in cruise already, or you can hit next page to get there. So we can see top of descent's only at 57 miles. So this is a really short flight, so we're barely going to be in cruise. We need to like plan our descent 50 miles ago. So if you want to be super unrealistic, something you could do if you have like the arrival and or approach programmed in, you could literally just go up here and turn the altitude to 0 if you wanted to. We're gonna go up to 35,000 still, but you basically in the Boeing, if you have a top of descent, to start the descent, all you have to do is move the selected altitude down. It'll automatically start descending when you hit top of descent. In the Airbus, for comparison, you have to hit the button to start the descent as well, but in the Boeing, it does it automatically. So you can either bring it down to 0 if you're kind of a little nuts. You could just do that because it's a video game, you know. But if you want to be more realistic, we would look to see like what our next cleared altitude would be, or our lowest cleared altitude to descend to. If we're using ATC, we're hoping that they'll tell us. I should tune into them right now. But if you're playing ATC yourself, you are your own ATC. You could just bring it down to like 0 if you want, or bring it down to the lowest altitude in your flight plan before the runway. So in my case, looks like it's 1,900 feet at Fogla before the runway here. So we have runway 25 and then Fogla. So I can just bring it down to like 1,900 just to make sure I start the descent. If you're using ATC though, you'll want to use the ATC window, wait, listen to them, tell them when you're ready for descent, or wait for them to tell you to start the descent. Now, if you have, thank you for the bork. Thank you for the bork, Lith. If you do not see a top of descent marker, then there's probably one of two things happening. The first is probably that you have a discontinuity or something, a discontinuity in your flight plan that is preventing it from sequencing automatically to any waypoint that has an altitude restriction like these. Or your cruise altitude might be set incorrectly. So we're at 35,000 feet. If you click VNAV and get to VNAV page 2 here, you can see the cruise altitude 350.
The winner of Bork Raffle
So if you need to change this, you'll want to type in like 360, 370, 30, whatever it is, and put it right here. And then I think you have to execute after that, and then you should get the top of descent. But yeah, if those are all good, then you should see top of descent here on the prog page or on the VNAV page 2. So 1416 Zulu, 32 miles. And if we look at our clock over here, it's 1411. So we have like 4 minutes, about 4 minutes until top of descent. Or you can look down here for the number of miles. It's also on the prog screen down here. Top of descent, and it also shows like our fuel quantity, what it expects we'll have when we get there. How much fuel did it give me? Oh my god, it gave me so much fuel. Yeah, we had 10,000 pounds. I have like, it started me with like 25, 30,000. I don't even know. If you happen to have had center fuel tank, center fuel, and it's at 0, you will get a little master caution here where the fuel light is turned on. You'll want to go up and turn off your center fuel pumps right here. Turn both those off if it says low pressure on both of them and you're getting that fuel warning, then the warning will just go away. All right, so let's see what ATC said. Oh, we're going to LA Center.
Los Angeles Center, couch tree 2 tree, flight level tree 50.
Couch tree 2 tree, Los Angeles Center, radar contact, continue to DOUIT.
All right, continue to do it. We're going to do it. Do it. So yeah, all you have to do is pull down the selected altitude here, and when it hits top of descent, it will start the descent. Assuming you're in cruise, you just pull this down. So eventually, yeah, we'll want to go down to like, what was it, 1,700 feet? I'll just pull it down a bit and then we'll listen to ATC, but it will automatically start the descent. So if you are using ATC, and you're trying to be a good boy, you probably don't want to pull that selected altitude down until you get the okay to start your descent, or you tell them you're ready for descent, they say okay. You didn't realize it wasn't me clapping. It's one of the TTSMonster sound effects. Okay, then we have our descent checklist here. So pressurization, landing altitude for pressurization. We did that before we took off, but you want to make sure landing altitude is set here. You can find that in your EFB. If you go to your route or in any way, look up the airport, click the info button, elevation right here. You can just set it to that. Or the airport elevation found in any of your arrival or approach charts or ground charts. And then after that, we have recall checked. So this is just you just click here to make sure that there are no warnings that are on. I think it's just to make sure that there's no like stuck warning. I don't know why exactly 100%. I think it's to like wake it up like, hey, is there a warning? Check to see if there's a warning that may have timed out or cleared or something that still applies. I don't know. You guys can tell me what.
Did you copy?
All right, let's copy.
Going to 127.1.
All right, we are about to start our descent. Here's the TOD, 2 miles. And they haven't told us to descend, but I'm just going to start the descent so you can see. Right at TOD. Okay, there it is. The throttle is pulling back. And it's just starting our descent for us. So it's going to automatically follow any of the altitude restrictions we have. So if we look, without even hitting anything, any buttons, it by default shows the altitude restrictions. So this one is between flight levels 260 and 290, so 26 to 29,000. You can also see your VNAV profile right here. So if this is on the white line, that means we're where we're supposed to be. If it's down, that means we're chasing it. We need to either increase our airspeed to allow our plane to descend faster. That's one way to do it. Or you can pull the speed brake as far as the flight detent here to give it some more drag so it can descend faster. The preferred way, if you have the speed available, like we can go faster, would be to add speed. But it looks like it's keeping up just fine. But if it gets to a situation where it realizes it's not able to stay on the vertical profile, then it'll say more drag down here. And that's another indication for you to either go up here, hit speed intervene and speed up if you can, or go down, and secondary to that, you can pull the speed brake to the flight detent, as far as the flight detent. The speed brake actually has, this is in the dist arm position. If you want to arm it, you grab it and pull it towards you. And you see that it stops at each one of these detents automatically as I pull it. So when I pull it once and let go, it's now in the armed detent. And we actually want it in that position for landing. So it'll put the spoilers out automatically when we touch down. But then you have to click again and move it to get it actually to deploy any of the spoilers here. You can see them up right here. So it'll stop, and then if you pull it all the way, it'll stop at flight detent again. And then, you know, it always stops as you pull it at each one of those marks. But I'm going to go ahead and pull it to the armed position, just because we need to do that for landing anyway. And then we'll just set our auto brakes down here. For flight number 2, I'll use SimBrief and get an auto brake recommendation. But you can just go ahead and choose like auto brakes. I feel like 1 is very common for very long runways, like we'll have at LA. But you can, you know, you can just put it to 3 if you want. I don't think I've ever used max before. 3 is probably overkill most of the time. 2 is probably overkill for a long runway. It's kind of up to you, but I mean, if you want to be super safe, just put it to max because you know you'll stop. I'm just going to use 2, I guess. Okay, so we set the auto brake here, and then next it's saying to set our landing data, so VREF and minimums. We do have the approach set up already, but it's set up with vectors, so that means that after we get out here, we're just flying straight. We're not flying to another waypoint and turning around automatically. Like when I did the Vision Jet tutorials, I went through that where we chose an initial approach fix, so we didn't have to worry about vectoring ourselves. I'm using ATC, and it's pretty common when you're doing an ILS in the US that you're going to get vectored onto the ILS, so I'm just going to wait and do the vector, which just means they're going to give us headings to intercept the localizer. So let's go ahead and set the VREF. So that's to set our final approach speed and our VREF speed, which is our threshold crossing speed. We do that just by hitting the init ref button right here. And then pretty much every time you're going to land in flaps 30 as standard. So we're just going to hit the button right here next to flaps 30. It's going to copy in the recommendation for our flaps and our VREF speed. And we're going to paste it in right here where it says flap speed. So all you do is choose one of the 3 options, whether you're landing flaps 15, 30, or 40. 30 is standard. You just click the one you want and paste it into the flap speed right here. You can add more of a wind correction if the headwind's more than 5 knots. 5 is the minimum. Oh, look, it says drag required. I'll check the winds in a second. So it says drag required, but if we look over here, we'll want to see if this is actually getting away from us or not. If it's getting away from us too much and we're above 10,000 feet, we got a lot of altitude to play with. So instead of using the speed brake over here, the spoilers, you can go up and turn speed intervene on and just turn your airspeed up a little bit. That'll give it the ability to descend a little faster. So you can give it a few more knots, 10 more knots, something like that. But it's still on the VNAV profile, so I'm just going to give it control again by hitting speed intervene again. Oh yeah, Eric's mentioning you can change the VNAV. Actually, that's why we're probably going a little too slow, is because I did that already. If you go to VNAV page 3, I changed mine to 240 at 10,000 here. He's talking about the speed here, so you could change the target speed to force something else, or yeah, use the speed intervene like I did. And then here, the 240 at 10,000, like 245 is probably fine here. Actually, did it? Is it going to let me? Maybe I have to type the whole thing. No, it's not letting me do it. Maybe 245 at 100. Weird. All right, looks like I can't change that. So I guess we all have 240 at 10,000. But yeah, if the speed is ever anything you want it to be higher or lower at any time, you can just go ahead and click on, you can just go up here and click on that speed intervene button. That is going to give you manual control of the speed, and then you just use the knob here to change it. Oh, descent forecast. Hold on, let me look. I don't know if I've used forecast to put in the winds before. I didn't do it here. Yeah, I don't know if they have that. I mean, I just have transition level and wind, so we can do this on the next flight, put in the descent forecast as well from SimBrief, but yeah, I don't have that in there. All right, so if we look at our VNav page, right here is this vertical bearing, I think. So this is our current flight path angle, I'm pretty sure, and then our required flight path angle. Maybe it's the opposite. We definitely don't need to go 9 degrees right now, so I'm not sure why it's showing that. Yeah, this must be wrong. Something is wrong there. All right, we're coming up on 18,000 feet. So I'm going to do, you can either hit comma to change to the local altimeter setting when you get below 18,000, or I'll go to LAX weather and just take a look. Oh, the METARs are broke, huh? Yeah, they broke the METARs. All right, I'll go to frequencies and click on ATIS.
Los Angeles Airport Information Golf. 0200 Zulu. Wind 256 at 8. Visibility 10. Sky condition clear. Temperature 14. Dew point 8. Altimeter 299er tree.
All right, 2993.
24 right. ILS runway 24 left. ILS runway 25 right and ILS runway 25 left in use. Landing and departing runway 24 right. Runway 24 left. Runway
This is broke.
25 right and runway 25
I can't change it.
VFR aircraft say
That's another bug.
flight. All aircraft read back hold short instruction.
All right, we'll go back to LA Center. If you do end up using the in-game comms, you can turn on, it's kind of buggy, but you can go to assist and turn on the AI autopilot, or sorry, the AI ATC. So your co-pilot will do it instead of you. The problem is it replies, it will be talking to them and hearing their response audibly at the same time.
Expect ILS runway 25, right approach via FALT transition. Cleared to FALT.
All right, so they just gave us an approach.
Maintain present heading and altitude. Expect ILS runway 25 right approach via FALT transition.
So they're changing me from 24 right to 25 right. So if I don't want to play ATC and I want to listen to real ATC, I can change that. So I'll go here, departure arrival, click that a few times or 2 times to get here, and then go to arrival. Instead of 25 right, they said to do it was 25 right. Oh, sorry, SimBrief said 25 left. Okay, so 25 right. They said via the fault transition. So in this list, I want to find the fault transition. ILS 25 right. Whoops, that's 24 right. 25 right. There we go. Fault transition is right here. You can page down if you need to. So here is fault transition and execute. If we look at that on the EFB, just so it's easy to visualize it instead of stepping through the flight plan here, I'll go down here, ILS 25 right via fault. It looks like it's changing these automatically with ATC, which is kind of cool. So I could just hit change there and change it here myself, but it already did it. So we look with the map. They said cleared to fault, so we want to go directly to fault right now. So to go directly to fault, I'm going to go to legs, and all we have to do is make fault the top waypoint, the current waypoint. So I scrolled down next page, I clicked on fault, so it types fault into the scratch pad. I go back to the top and I put fault here where the magenta one is and hit execute. And now it's going to go direct to fault. This might be a bad turn when we get there. It's going to be a really sharp turn, but I am listening to them.
Couch tree 2 tree, Los Angeles Center, altimeter 299er tree, radar contact, continue to FALLT.
All right, altimeter 29903, continue to fault, so we are going directly to fault. But we're going to have kind of a sharp turn here. Yeah, I probably did say I was 20,000 feet below. It's fine. I mean, the in-game ATC, you mostly want to ignore it, but if you want to get, like if you don't have Beyond ATC and you've never used ATC before and you kind of want to get the gist of it, knowing that it does have some annoying things and bugs in it, at least it will give you like a departure procedure to fly and a specific approach. So you can practice changing approaches and stuff like I just did there. Okay, so while they're talking, we could look up the charts, but I'm not going to do that to keep it simple. We're just going to go down here, hit our ref button again, and if you have an approach loaded, an ILS approach loaded, it'll show you the ILS and the course and the localizer frequency all right here. So this is something we have to do ourselves. We have to take this frequency right here, 111.1. So it says ILS 25 right, 111.1, ICFN, that's the identifier code. So we want to put 111.1 in our nav radios down here. So I'm going to type 1111, and then I'm going to move it to the top position with this activate button. And then I'm going to do the same thing over here, 1111, activate. So you want ILS 1111, or whatever your frequency is, in nav 1 and nav 2. So that's done. The next thing we're going to do is grab the course that it says. So the course for the ILS approach is 249, 249 degrees. We put that up here in course 1 and course 2, 249. On both sides. Okay, 249, 249. And then the last thing we would do is put in our minimums. We could look them up in the chart, but instead I'm just going to put them in. Normally, like a Cat 1 ILS is like 200. We would put in the Barrow minimums. I'm just going to put in 200 radio for now. So I'm going to use this little knob over here where it says mins. If you click the outer part, it lets you choose between Barrow or radio, mattering what approach you're flying. Usually a Cat 1 with a Cat 1 ILS, you do Barrow minimums. You put the number in. I'm going to cheat and put in 200 feet radio minimums instead. Usually it gets you down to 200 feet. And as I move the inner knob, it's putting the minimums down here. Right here. So it's got a lot of acceleration to it, so you need to like do it slowly. So I'll put in 200 as like a normal Cat 1 ILS approach minimums. We would normally put in Barrow, but it's fine. We can cheat and put in 200 radio. All right, there's 200 radio. If I looked at the chart, like I would go in here and find the ILS 25 right chart, go to the bottom and find the minimums. So Cat 1, so it's actually the Barrow minimums are 310. If it was a Cat 2 or Cat 3, it would say like RA, radar altimeter, radio altimeter. Back on the VNAV path. Do you see the VNAV path here? The magenta? If you're, you could use vertical speed to start, like if you want, but for VNAV, you should be able just to hit the VNAV button. Or you can just try to chase the magenta diamond down here, or little arrow, by just using vertical speed mode. Oh, the arrow is high? Like if the arrow is above you, then that means you're below it. You're lower than you should be. If the arrow's up here. Worst case scenario, you can always go over, hit the VS button and use the up down to change your vertical speed right here temporarily. And then when you get closer to it, you can hit VNAV again to try to capture it. What's nice is when you're using vertical speed or other modes, like it'll show you when you'll be at your next altitude right here. The little green banana is showing when you will reach your selected altitude. So that's especially useful if you're in vertical speed mode. So if you switch to VS, you can move it up or down to move this closer or further to make sure you get to the target altitude you set at the right time. So whatever altitude you have set here, it's based on when you will reach that altitude. Okay, and then if I look at my bottom altitude, either down here in my legs, right before the runway, 1900, or I go to the chart and look at the bottom part of the chart here, I can see 1900 at Fogla. I'm just going to put in my lowest altitude. Now, if ATC, like, I guess if you guys want, I could use SimBrief and Beyond ATC for the second flight. So then we'll get a more realistic descent, and maybe we'll get vectored instead. So then we can use things like vertical speed or VNAV to get down. We'll use heading mode. We'll step down more slowly in our altitudes maybe. I haven't talked about anti-icing really. So if you want to use anti-ice, anytime your total air temp right here in the descent, whenever your total air temp is below positive 10, you'll want to turn your engine anti-ice on up here by turning both of those switches on. If you see icing on the wings, then you'll want to turn on the wing anti-ice. But yeah, the rules with at least with the Boeing is if you're climbing and the total air temp is under positive 10, you turn on the wing anti-ice. Except if the static air temperature is below negative 40. To get to that, you go to Prague page 2, and you can look at the static air temperature right here. But in the descent, anytime it's below positive 10, and you're going through visible moisture, so clouds, rain, snow, you would turn on the anti-ice. Anytime it's below positive 10. But as soon as this gets to plus 10, I'm going to go ahead and turn the anti-ice off. Or if you're clear of all visible moisture, you can turn anti-ice off as well. You've been leaving it on to see how bad it can get. Nice. All right, so this is going to be a pretty sharp turn coming up. We do have a lot of flap settings here in the plane. So if you're not doing the speed yourself, we will be doing the speed ourselves, by the way. When we get on final, as soon as you capture the glide slope, it hands the speed over to you at that point. So then you use this knob to change the speed. But as long as there's no speed shown here and it says FMC speed, so flight management computer is taking control of the speed. If you move your flaps to a different notch, it will automatically lower your speed. And you can find all of your speed references over here. See where it says flaps limit? So we can use flaps 1, 2, and 5 below 250 knots. Now I have a sharp turn coming up right now, so I'm going to hit flaps 1 right now. And you'll see that it now moves the bug right here to select our flaps 1 bug speed right here. So this is going to slow me down. The auto throttle is going to slow me down, and just the added drag is helpful. I just don't want to take this super sharp turn too fast. Something else that's automatic in this compared to the Boeing or compared to the Airbus is the landing system. So there's no LS button for the ILS. As soon as it's in range, you see it up here in the top left of your screen of your PFD. So here is ICFN, that's the identifier, the course for the ILS approach, and then our DME on the localizer right there. All right. TAI, we have, we're above positive 10, so I am going to turn off the engine anti-ice. So yeah, TAI is thermal anti-icing for the engine anti-ice. But we're above positive 10 now, so I can turn that off. All right, so I got flaps 1 down. I'm just going to go ahead and put down flaps 5 just to show you that it'll let me slow down. So flaps 2, flaps 5. Because FMC speed is on, it's now bringing me down to 168. So every time I do that, it's just pulling my speed down to the little bug here for that flap setting. Then we can see our ref speed coming up, which is right down here, which is 140. Generally, you just add 5 and any additional to that. Like generally, you add plus 5 to your ref speed for your approach speed. Unless the winds are like way higher, then you'll want to add some more. But just to keep it easy again, we'll just add 5. So 145 is going to be our final approach speed, for me at least. You should have set this on the init ref page down here. Remember I chose, oh, it's 139 now. All right, so now mine's 139, so I'll move that in to use that one. So 139 plus 5 is 144. All right, so anyway, we're on final right now. I'm just going to hit the approach button. Good thing, because we were... this was a tight turn, like, to final. So the glide slope was already ready, so I'm already on the glide slope. And as soon as you're on the glide slope, it's going to give you... Sorry, this is like speed running it right now. As soon as you're on the glide slope, it's going to give you control. I'm just going to pull it down to my approach speed. So I'll pull it down to 139 plus 5. So that's 139 and then add 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 gives us 144. And the runway's in front of me. Sorry, I should have told you guys earlier, like, get ready to hit approach. But they vectored me in, or like gave me that fix that put me real close. Auto land, all you have to do is when approach mode is on, make sure that autopilot A and B are both on. And it will attempt an auto land on an ILS approach. I think technically you should only be doing it on a Cat 2 or a Cat 3 ILS approach. This is a Cat 1 ILS approach. But you can, if you want, you know, it's a video game. Go ahead. You know, let it see what it'll do. You can play around with it. This is a good time to set our go around altitude. I'll set 2,000. And I'll sync my heading bug straight ahead. So in the Airbus as well, it does not automatically sync your heading bug. If you want to keep it synced ahead like a good boy, you got to keep changing that all the time. So I'm going to get gear down. Let's see. On the rings here, I can see a 5 mile, and then this is the 10 mile ring, matching your zoom range. Usually want to have flaps 5 down at 10 miles out. And then before you get to flaps 5, we'll put gear down and flaps 15. Yes, you do speed. Both autopilot 1 and 2 for auto land on the Airbus. Yep. Okay, and the auto throttle is still doing its thing. It's just maintaining our VREF plus 5 speed. So we are going to turn off auto throttle and autopilot and land this like we would a GA plane though when we get closer. We're at 1,800 feet above the ground. We're about 5 miles out. I'm going to go to flaps 30. Remember, I picked flaps 30 from down here as my final approach flap configuration. So we're going down to flaps 30. And we already got auto brake on. We already got the speed brake on earlier into this armed position. If you want for extra credit, you can go and make sure all your lights are on. Make sure the engines are set to continuous. Play with the seatbelt lights, all that stuff. So this came up really fast on me. I was just yapping away. You'll know that auto land is going to attempt if you see it say rollout and flare here. So if you want, you can try the auto land. I mean, I'll try it right now. Normally what I do at this point, like we see the runway, we're about 1,000 feet above the ground. What I would do is turn off autopilot, turn off auto throttle, and you know, just look at where the engine N1 is, where your thrust is set before you do it, and pull it back to around there. So I would just pull my throttle to get it around 55–60%. Actually, it's going on and off real bad right now, so I'm just going to turn auto throttle off right now, and I'm going to move it to about 60. There we go. Auto throttle's being kind of crappy. I'll leave the autopilot on though. Let's see how it does. It's a Cat 1. We're not really supposed to auto land. When it does the auto landing, the auto brakes are on, and the spoilers will automatically pull to the armed or the fully up position when you land. If you have anything set up for reverse throttle, you can pull the reversers up, which are right here. Or you can just let auto brake do its thing, you know, put it on auto brake 3 or max, you know. When you kick it off, it's up to you. Like, I like to turn it off before 1,000 feet above the ground. But in this case, let's see what it does on the auto land. You can see it says rollout and flare. I'm not expecting too much from it. I did turn auto throttle off because it was behaving badly. It was going up and down a lot, so I'm pulling the throttle down a little bit now to get towards my VREF speed. So remember, VREF is like the threshold crossing speed.
300. Approaching minimums.
We'll see how it does on the auto land on a Cat 1, which it shouldn't be doing, but whatever. We can do what we want.
200 minimums.
And then just get ready with your brake. Like the auto brake, you'll just need to hold center line. So just use your rudders to hold center line.
100.
Pull your throttle to idle.
40, 30, 20,
20, idle. That's not too bad. All right, it says rollout. I'm actually curious if it'll hold the center line. I'm just going to watch it. I mean, I don't know if it's holding it or we're just lucky. But anyway, you should see the spoilers auto deployed. It says rollout, and the auto brakes are doing their thing. I don't know what the auto brake rule is. Is it 60 knots in this or 40 knots? But when you get slow enough, you'll just tap the button and the auto brakes will turn off, and then you can just exit and do your manual braking. Or, you know, in the other order, do your manual braking and then exit. Who's right in front of me? 40? 30 is just standard. I don't know if I've ever used 40. I think it's just if you have like, maybe it's like for way steeper descent and you don't have too bad of crosswinds. But I have never had it recommend flaps 40 to me, so I don't know that I've ever done a flaps 40 landing. As far as I know, flaps 5 is standard for takeoff and 30 for landing in the max. All right, once we exit and stop, we'll clean it up. Oh, I didn't even have autopilot off. Whoops. No wonder it was still moving the rudder. Okay, I'm gonna put the parking brake on. We're just going to grab the speed brake and move it all the way to the disarm or down position. So the speed brakes are now flat. And we'll bring the flaps all the way up with a billion button presses. It's actually really satisfying, I think, to bring it all the way up. You have to click it so many times. And then up here, we'll just get our lights ready. So landing lights off, turn off lights off, taxi light is on, and then these can go back to the off position. Strobe can go back to steady. So this is pretty much what we did for taxiing on the way out. All we have on is the beacon, which is anti-collision, the steady light, which is our nav light, and then our taxi light on auto. Is anybody still coming in? The second flight will do Beyond ATC and Sim Brief. Yeah, sorry, I forgot to turn the autopilot off because it auto landed, but yeah. When I was hitting the brakes, I should have also turned the autopilot off. Oh, it is getting choppy. Who's left to land? Looks like Speeve, Bob, and Slevin are coming in. Somebody's here in a Super Hornet, too. I mean, we could fly from here to Vegas if we want. If we want to just continue. Show us the in and out. I don't know if I have it. I think it's right over... Is it right here? Yeah, this is the in and out. Isn't this the in and out? Wait, is it further than that? Wait, where is the in and out? Is this it? Oh my god, a train. It's underground. Where is the in and out? The planes like pretty much fly right over you. It's like... It's got to be so close to here. I don't know. They're not like right over you. They're like,
I like trains.
If you're looking this way, thanks for the bits. I think you're usually like over this way-ish. And there's like a curved road, right? Oh, is it right over? Is it right here? Or like here? There's totally a curved road next to it. It might be this. Is this it? I feel like it's like kind of like over here. Oh, wait, is this it? I thought I already looked at this. I know there's like a curved road around it. Anyway. Oh, it's on the other side. Oh, it's on 2-4. Oh, you're right. You're right. It's over here. Do they have it modeled in? Oh, where is it? haven't... I know there's like a curved road right next to it. I have no idea. Oh, I'm never gonna find it. Oh, is this it? You see it? The dirt spot? Oh, is this it? This kind of looks like it. Grass patch next to it? Oh, here it is. This is it. This is it. Yeah, that's right. That's right. There's a little... I knew there was a curved road. Here's the curved road. Yeah, this is it. Yeah, that's it. I forgot there's this little park thing right next to it. It's been a while. We did it. I wasn't going to give up, okay? Oh, Speeve's landing. He's landing closest to the in and out. Smart move. Yeah, just make sure you're above your VREF speed, or like right at your VREF speed as you come down. Just, you know, pull it to idle and give it a baby flare, you know? Let the auto brakes do its thing. Oh, he's in the Airbus. Butter. Butter. Okay, let's do another one. I guess we'll do it from LAX. Might as well. So if you were doing like a turnaround and you were going to do another flight immediately, like when you exit, you probably want to, unless you have a really long taxi, you'll probably want to come up and just move the APU to start, just to get it started up while you're taxiing. All right, so we're going to go ahead and follow this. It's giving me this gate right here. We could do like LAX to Vegas, maybe. That's a simple one. I don't know, unless you guys want to fly somewhere different, we could go a different part of the country. I just want to do the US just because the transition altitude's so easy. Wherever we fly, it's 18. What's up, K200? Yeah, we didn't use Simrate on the way out. All right, this is for a heavy, but whatever. I'm taking it. I don't know the official shutdown procedure, but if you're doing like a pilot's life, you just want to make sure that your taxi light is off before you shut the engines down. If you're going to do like a full-on turnaround, you'll want to at least have either the APU gens on, like I can do right now that it's on, or just turn the ground power on, and then I don't have to worry about the APU. And then we can just shut the engines down. So I'll shut the two engines down. Oh, let's turn the bleeds and packs off up here. So packs off, ISO valve back to open, and the bleeds off, just kind of like where we started. Seatbelt signs off, whatever. Should we do LAX? No, that's going to take too long. New Orleans. Hawaii. No, let's do something that's like short. Let me see where United goes from LAX that's not, that is not San Francisco. And we do Phoenix or Vegas. What do we want, Phoenix or Vegas? Oh, shut off the taxi light before you blind the ramp personnel. Vegas, Vegas. 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 Oh yeah, Vegas does have the weird runways. That's a good point. Yeah, the runways are like a off-road course. I want to keep it between 1 and 2 hours because this takes long enough already, so. I mean, we could... Most people want to do Vegas. It's only an hour and 18 minutes. All right, so this time we're going to use Beyond ATC and we're going to use SimBrief. So I have the SimBrief app loaded here. So I'm just going to go to New Flight. I'm going to go into my settings and turn off the ATC assistances so they don't mess with Beyond ATC. So ATC assistance is off. And then under General Sound, I'm going to turn the character voices off. Okay, and then I'm going to go to SimBrief and we're just going to plan the new route. So I'm going to say I am United 323 LAX to Las Vegas. And we'll choose the max. It's B38M. Boeing 737-800 max. Max 8. Okay, and then I'm going to leave all the rest alone. We got Orca 5, Rounders 3. I have step climbs turned off, and then I'm just going to hit generate. So I'm going to go faster this time because you can always rewind the VOD for the first one, the non-Beyond ATC, non-SimBrief way. We're only going to 27,000. All right, so 42 minutes in the air. This is going to be fast. 27,000. Cost index right there is 8, which we set up earlier. We guessed at like 35. This one's telling me to use 8. So save a lot of money. Only 200 miles, and then we have the route right here. So I'm going to copy the route. And here's the route in the chat if you want to copy the same one. But because we're going to use SimBrief this time, let me just make sure the plane's still on. It is. Should I don't think I need to do the whole startup again, right? Like, should I start cold and dark, or should I just go from here? I mean, we're going to redo pretty much everything anyway, so I think it's probably fine. Should probably turn the flight directors off. All right, I mean, this is as if we loaded in. We went up to the top. We got the ground power on. You know, we got the alignment started up here. Yaw damper. We got the window heat and the hydraulic pumps on. And we got our light on, our steady light on. So this would be about the state we were at. Okay, so once we're at that state and we got the screens on here, we're going to just, since we're using SimBrief for this flight, I've got it all set up. So I'm just going to hit import route. And that's going to import it not only into the EFB's flight planner section, but also here into the MCDU. So we're just going to hit the execute button since it's green. And I'm going to hit this index button right here. You can hit like init and then index to get to this main menu. And I'm basically going to hit the ident to start all the way over where it would normally have us when we come in cold and dark. All right, and then I'm going to go and load Beyond ATC. All right, and Beyond ATC is loading. Not many waypoints. Not many on-route waypoints. We have a SID and a star, though. Okay. Fly.
Beyond ATC connected.
The Kings chartered this flight for a championship game in Vegas. Oh, no. I haven't watched the Kings too much lately. Forget the last time I went to a game. It's probably been like 6 months or so. Oh, sorry, Brian. I just saw your message. Good night, dude. Alrighty. So this is all loaded up. We're going to go up here. Listen to... Oh, we're not going to listen to the ATIS. We're going to do this. Let the autopilot do all the stuff way. So we're on LA clearance. We're going to, I'll just leave it there for now.
Ready for airways to Fort Lauderdale Hollywood Airport.
All right, let's see. There's just a little bit of traffic loaded in from beyond ATC.
Cleared to Fort Lauderdale Hollywood Airport. LAX1 departure with the thermal transition. Then is filed.
All right, so down here, if we look at our flight plan, actually, we'll start at the top. 27,000 feet for our cruise. So I'm going to go up here and set 27,000 feet for our cruise altitude.
Fort Lauderdale Hollywood Airport. LAX1 departure with the thermal transition then is filed. Climb via
Just turn them down for now. And then over here, I'm going to go just follow these again. Position init. I started by hitting init and then index to get back to this screen. This is kind of our main menu, and then I can go to ident. So this is where we would start cold and dark if we just turn the plane on. So position init. The last position is already in there. If it wasn't, we could like copy this down to a line that would appear here. Okay, and then for route LAX to Las Vegas, we can put in our flight number if we want, United 323. If you put this in, it will show it on the left side of your PFD. UAL 323 flight number. So if you look over here, like if you're doing VATSIM or whatever, or beyond ATC, you can, if you put it in, you can reference it right over here. Alrighty, and then we'll go to performance init. Actually, before we do performance init, I'm going to go departure arrival. King Bob, thanks for the 10 gifted memberships, dude. Appreciate that, man. 10 gifted memberships from King Bob's Kingdom. Welcome to Oyvind, Wizard, WRB, HD Dude, Emmett, YouTube That, Shone, JR, Beans, and Glitch Dragon. Welcome to the Couch Captains, courtesy of Bob. Thank you very much, Bob. What a nice guy. Appreciate that, Bob. All right, so again, before we do our performance, we're going to make sure that we have the right departure and arrival. And actually, before that, I'm going to do beyond ATC, get the clearance just in case they change it on us. So before putting in all the runway departure, arrival, and waypoints, make sure that we're getting the flight plan we filed.
United 323 Los Angeles clearance cleared to McCarran Airport. Orca 5 departure, MICE in transition, then is filed. Climb via SID. Departure frequency 125.2, squawk 0115.
All right, climb via SID, Orca 5, MICE in transition.
McCarran Airport. Orca 5 departure, MICE in transition, then as filed. Climb via SID. Departure frequency 125.2, squawk 0115. United 323.
All right, we got squawk 0115. We're going to type it in down here because it won't do it automatically. Oops, this should be on altitude off.
Ground 121.65 when ready. United 323.
All right, so I put in the squawk they gave me, 0115 down here. It'll also show over here on the left, transponder 0115. Now let me turn down my train level of detail. I'm using dynamic settings right now. I do 150.
Great to have you as a couch captain for 3 months, AU's Viber.
Oz, thanks for 3 months on Twitch. What's up, Oz? Thank you for 3 months, dude. Okay, so we set our squawk code. They also told us we're going to get 24 left, Orca 5 departure with the MICE in transition, and they said climb via SID. So we're going to have to look at the SID altitudes, the departure altitude restrictions, to know what our top altitude is. So if I go to departure, Orca 5, MICE in transition, and 24 left, that's what they told us. It is possible for Beyond ATC to change that, so it's good to verify it. And then if we go to the arrival side, just based on our Simbrief flight plan, MICE in Rounders 3, and we're expecting ILS 1 left. So I'm just going to choose that here. And I'm not going to choose anything down here yet, and then hit execute. All right, so now, because with the Simbrief EFB app here, when you click import, if you go back to your flight planner app in the EFB, it will automatically pull in the route here. Oh, performance profile data not available. That's interesting. Whoa. Holy crap. I didn't even know this is this new? Climb rate, fuel burn. Huh. All right, we're not going to mess with that for now, but if I hit this button to collapse it all, we can see, you know, runway 24 left, and then departure. Oh, this is wrong. Look, it shows the Kylo 1. So this is out of sync. So I'm going to go change. We're going to choose, it's not runway, yeah, it's runway 24 left. We're going to choose the Orca 5. Orca 5 with the Meisen transition, and then hit change procedure. Okay, and then rounders 3, no en route waypoints, and then for the approach again, I'll choose that approach that I just chose, the 01 left, ILS 1 left, and I didn't choose a transition. So by doing this and making this all accurate, you don't need something like Navigraph, especially if you're flying at big airports, because we have the, and especially if you're flying in the US or at major airports worldwide, because we have them built in. So if you take the time to put in the route here, not only will the moving map here match your route that's here in the MCDU and on your navigation screen here, those will match. But whenever you do this and you choose your procedures and your airports and your runways, it will automatically pin all of the available LIDO charts or LIDO charts in this clipboard section. You can always go look them up yourself, but if you put in the route, it will pin them right here for you, which is awesome. So I can scroll down to the SID right here, the Orca 5, and open up that chart. You can zoom in with your mouse wheel, click and drag to pan. And we're supposed to do it, the Orca 5 via the Meisen transition, or Meisen transition. So if we go up here and find Meisen right here, and if we look at all the black waypoints here leading up to it, none of them until here, until Coop. So this is the first one that has a restriction, 15,000 or above. So we have to be above 15,000 by the time we get to Coop. So over here on our altitude, I'm just going to set 15,000 to make sure that we follow the rules of the SID. I still don't understand why these don't have a top altitude called out in them. If anybody knows, I would love to know. But it looks like 15, and even along here, along all these lines, it's showing 15 as the like minimum altitude. So I'm just going to put in 15 for now. We'll probably get a climb way before that. The other thing you can do if you don't want to use the charts, go into legs and just scroll down and find the highest altitude that you get before you get to your arrival. So we know we're going, departing and doing the Orca 5 until the Meisen transition. So we see like a restriction here, restriction here, restriction here. By the time I see Meisen right here, Meisen is 240 or above. I think it might be showing this because of the cruise altitude. Maybe it is 240 or above. Because yeah, what are we going to? We're going to 27. But if I look at the chart, it does not show Meisen 240 or above on the chart. So these usually leave me a little confused. None of these say 240 or above right at Meisen. There's no 240 or above anywhere that I see. So I'll just put 15 for now. It seems like we might go to 24. But anyway, this is the highest altitude I see before we start descending again. So you could just use that if you really want to, or just put in your cruise altitude. Okay. So we talked to ATC, we got our clearance, and we got our squawk code in and everything. Next, we're going to do our takeoff performance. Now, SimBrief is awesome because in a airliner, it has all the performance information for the airliner, and it will give us a recommendation of what to use. Kelly says if you set a certain performance mode, it'll take care of fuel burn, attitude, power. I don't know what the one in the EFB does, actually. I haven't seen that before. So I'm going to have to look into that here under performance. Like, I don't know if this is new. Like, maybe it's going to give us, over here under weight, maybe if it's going to give us recommended fuel that we need to take or something like that. I don't know what to expect from it. So I'm going to look at that probably after the stream. But because this flight is about using SimBrief, contrasting with the first flight, we didn't use SimBrief at all. We're going to take advantage of the SimBrief performance features. So whenever you make a SimBrief flight plan, it's going to give you takeoff performance data recommendations down here. So if you go, you can find this in the briefing preview, the super long one. But if you go here to the runway analysis, it's right here at the top where it says takeoff data. So here we can see what it recommends for our takeoff performance. So I'm going to hit the next thing, which is performance. So after position and route, we're going to go performance init, or you can just hit the init button down here. Our zero fuel weight is we can do it automatically if we want. You know what? Something SimBrief does not do is weigh the plane down automatically. So if I want to do what SimBrief says, I can go into the airplane and weigh it down. I'm not even going to bother this time. I'm just going to use the block fuel. Make sure we have at least 10,000 in fuel, and I'll go here and just auto detect our zero fuel weight and stuff. No. All right. I take it back. I'll do what SimBrief says. Just if you want to copy what SimBrief says for payload and all that. So let's do 174 passengers. I don't think we can take that many. I'll go here and just put in all the seats, 168 passengers, and load it. I'll go to fuel. I'll put in the 10,000 pounds of fuel. There we go, and load that. I think it was 10,000, right? 10,000, 10.4. And then over here, estimated zero fuel weight is 136.5. If I want, I can go back to aircraft and hit info. It's 135.0 is our current zero fuel weight. So that's fine. We're a little lighter than it expects, and we have enough fuel. So, all right, that's good enough for me. I'm going to hit over here. I'm going to redo the zero fuel weight. I'll hit delete. Oh, it won't let me. Can I hit clear? Can I put 0? How do I redo the zero fuel weight? All right, I'll just type it in. What was it, 135? Or 136.5? 136.5. All right, that's fine. Yeah, it gets a little complex because like the numbers don't add up exactly the same. But if you're getting into like doing career modes where you're taking passengers, this stuff will be important to you because things like on-air company or like NeoFly, you get like bonus points, or you're required to put in the right weight and balance. So that's why this kind of is important to know how to do if you want to actually weigh down the plane with the seats, the cargo, and importantly, put in enough fuel for the flight. But it shows our gross weight is like 145. Zero fuel weight's actually 135.0. So I'll put that at 135.0. Okay. Then if we look in this little text right here where it says remarks, it says it wants us to do a derated takeoff 2. Let me go ahead and put in reserves of 2. Cost index is at the top for me. Cost index 8. And then cruise altitude 27,000 up here. Okay. So we got zero fuel weight, reserves. I just put 2. It's almost always 2 in SimBrief. Cost index is shown right here, 8. And then our cruise altitude. Now hit execute. All right, so now when we go to N1 limit, if you want, you can use what SimBrief is recommending for our plane, for this airport, for our weight. It says right here, flaps 5. Right here it says derated takeoff number 2. So that means to derate it by 20% right here, takeoff 2. So DTO2, it'll be a very weak power setting compared to what we had. Look, takeoff 1 is 91.6 on our N1 thrust. It's like the first stage of the turbine. 91.6. Derated 1 takes it to 80, and derated 2 takes it to 73. So it really reduces the wear and tear and the fuel consumption. Then next to that, it says selected temperature 47 degrees Celsius. So right now it's 13 Celsius. It's telling us to put in 47. And then let's see. So if it was 13, we would have 73%. But if it's 47, watch the reduction go even further down. So we put that in to like fake the engine that it's running hotter than it is. So it like derates it even more or something. I don't know exactly about the temperature part, but anyway, if you want to do a full derated and the selected temp, that's where you get it in SimBrief. And then bleeds on just means we're not turning our bleeds or packs off when we're taking off. So that also reduces our takeoff and climb performance. So we're leaving all that on. All right, flaps 5. So we'll go next here, next to takeoff. Flaps 5 is standard. That's what they're recommending. Double click for the CG. Trim is 4. And then we can either accept the speeds here or use the speeds down here. See where it says V1 146, VR 148, V2 155. I kind of like using the SimBrief ones. You can either click here to just use the recommended ones from the plane itself, or you can try the ones from SimBrief. So 146. They're significantly different, so I'm going to try the one from SimBrief. 146, 148, and then 155. Okay, so the V speeds are in. All right, that's all in, and on the legs page we have vectors as part of our departure procedure, so we're going to listen to ATC for that. That's because the departure procedure just leaves us off on a heading. So if I go back, whoops, go to the Orca 5 departure, you can see as soon as we take off from the airport down here, all it says is the initial climb here. We're just climbing above this certain altitude. That'll be in our FMS. It's down here, 3,000. So it's 3,000 or below at Delray, which is right here. So all we're doing is taking off, staying below 3,000 feet on a heading of 251. So that's the vector. It just differs by 1 here. That's fine. Until they tell us what to do. So they'll tell us to do either, they'll tell us to turn or go direct or start a climb. We're going to listen to ATC because we're using Beyond ATC this time. And we can also see that over here if we zoom in a little bit. Once we take off, we're just vectors, Delray, and then vectors just out over the water. All right. Hopefully I'm not going too fast. We can always rewind. I'm going a little faster than the first flight. So let's go ahead and get our APU turned on. So up here, I got all the fuel pumps on already. Center fuel pumps you can see are empty. Turn those off. APU start. And remember, there's no indication of the APU progress on this plane. We're just waiting. While we're waiting, I'll put in my landing altitude over here. We'll double check that before we descend anyway, but, while I'm waiting, I'll go to destination airport at Vegas. 2106, so I'll put in 2100 as the closest I can pick. What's up, Cam? All right, 2100. All right, we got low oil pressure shown here for the APU. It's just starting up. Thanks for the bits, by the way, Sawyer. Thanks for the train. Alright, so we just wait until it says APU gen is ready, and then we'll turn on the generators and the bleed. And then we'll be ready for push and start. I'll go ahead and get the seatbelts on. Oh yeah, here's the cabin ready button. Supposed to hit that 18 times, I think. Alright, just waiting for the blue light right here for APU. The low oil pressure light just went off. So we should see this in just a second. And then we're going to switch from ground power to APU gen. Alright, there's APU gen, so we go APU 1 and 2 here. Both those red lights went off. And then we get APU bleed on.
Runway 24 left taxi via Delta 7, Echo 7, Southwest 3792.
Alright, and ground power off doesn't seem to do anything. There's no actual ground power attached.
3792, contact Los Angeles Tower 133.
Alright, I hit comma to set my altimeter. We got this started already. Or we got this set to 15,000 already. Alright, let's let them know we're ready for pushback. Los Angeles ground. United 323 ready for push and start. Forgot who I was for a second.
United 323, Los Angeles ground, pushback approved. Face west.
Alright, push approved, face west.
Pushback and
instead of using the annoying
face
pushback
west,
stuff in
United
here,
323.
and I don't think I have a pushback tool installed up here because the one I used was buggy, I'm just going to hit Alt-P and hope it pushes me to the right spot. So Alt-P like Papa, Alt-P like pushback. This is going to start pushing us, so we just need to turn off our parking brake and then get the engines ready. We're going to go engine 2 first. So as soon as we start moving, usually they say, like, if you're using GSX, they'll say, like, it's clear to start the engines at some point during the pushback. And we don't have control over where it's pushing us with this Alt-P method. It usually pushes us tail left, I think. So as soon as we get pushed, you just got to watch out. You'll hit Alt-P again to stop it. Oh, whoops, I turned the parking brake off and then on. So say they told us engine's clear. We'll go ground on engine 2. So it's going to start spinning up engine 2. And we'll wait for motoring to be off in 25. Now, it's not going to turn me unless I go in here. Might go to ground services and say pushback, tail to the left. Or you can just hit Alt-P and just, you know, make a really tight turn to get out. But you can always go up to the comms menu and go to ground and see if you can get them to turn you. This is why the pushback tools are so nice. You don't have to have this weird delay and stuff. Alright, I'm just going to hit Alt-P to stop it because we're almost over the line. And then just get the parking brake back on. Alright, we're not using the taxi ribbon either. Alright, so engine 1, it doesn't say motoring anymore, and it's at 25, so we'll give it fuel. Okay, it's starting up. Remember, if it does not start, there's a bug in Sim Update 2. You just need to go to the weather. It is silly, but you go to the weather, go to a weather preset, and turn your temperature slider up. Once you're done starting both engines, you can go back to live weather. There's some bug where it won't start if it's too cold. Alright, while that's starting up, I'm just going to turn on Flight Director 1, Flight Director 2, Auto Throttle, VNav, LNav. Usually I wait till I start the engines. We'll see if that messes anything up. Alright, engine 1 is all started. The starter switch right here went to off automatically, so we'll do engine 1 now. Engine 1, we're just waiting for the N2 to stop saying motoring and I guess wait till it says 25. I wonder if it does anything bad if you start it before 25. I usually just click it when motoring goes away. Motoring and motoring and motoring. Motoring and... motoring and... Okay, done motoring. 25-ish. Fuel. Oh yeah, now I can get auto throttle. Alright, looks like it looks like you shouldn't hit turn these on until you get at least one engine on. Alright, engine 2 is all stable. Looks good. So we'll go up here again. So now we switch from the APU over to the engine gen, the main gens and the engine bleed. So up here, Gen 1 on, Gen 2 on. Now we have the APU blue light. Go over here, we're going to get our bleeds on, our packs to auto, ISO valve to auto. So all of these top ones are in auto after engine start, all of them in auto. And then all the bleed, or the engine bleeds on. And now, since the engine's on, we don't need the APU anymore. We're going to turn the APU bleed and the APU switch off down here.
Short runway 24 left, SkyWest 3782.
Okay, and I don't see any blue. I don't see any amber. Everything looks good. We got our cruise altitude set. And I forgot my anti-collision light. So if I was doing a pilot's life, it would have just penalized me for not having my anti-collision on before starting the engine and before moving. All right, and then if you want, a lot of people at this point will also turn the engine starters to continuous. Once the engines are started, the APU's off, turn these to continuous. And we'll tell them we're ready for taxi in a second. While we're waiting to tell them that, we'll turn it to flaps 5 for departure for our takeoff. Auto brake to RTO. And then if we want, we can hold our brakes with the parking brake off and do the takeoff config check. I'm not hearing any beep, so we're good. Put the parking brake back on. I did not set the trim, so the trim is very nose high. So it didn't beep because it didn't beep to tell me that. Yeah, I guess Kerbear's right. If it's in the green, it doesn't beep. I feel like usually between 5 and 6 is where it is. My other one was on like 3.5 and it was not enough at all. I feel like you need at least 5. Over here it's telling me 4, but I'm not going to do that. I'm going to do like 5.5 to 6. This does not seem accurate. All right, looks like we can get a word in, so let's ask for taxi. Ground, United 323 ready for taxi. Or ready to taxi, I guess.
United 323, runway 24 left taxi via Charlie, Kilo, Echo, Romeo.
Runway 24 left taxi via Charlie, Kilo, Echo, Romeo, United 323.
All right, you can use the ground charts if you want, but it doesn't show where our plane is, which is kind of annoying. So, you know, if you don't want to be fully accurate, you could just like go down here and just be like, oh, I need to go to 24 left. I'll just... Oh, I faced the wrong way. Oh yeah, I didn't have control over it. So I'm just going to go, you know, this way and then this way or whatever. Just whatever. They're not going to enforce it on BMWDC, so matters how realistic you want to be. So let's get our taxi light on auto right here. Whoops, this one. That was the APU. And then the parking brake off. If you have your throttle split, so you have a throttle 1 and throttle 2 on separate axes, when I start my taxi, usually I'll look down at my fuel and see which one is heavier, which side, and then I'll only use that engine to try to balance them by the time we get to takeoff. So like if you're running your APU for a long time, then it will drain from the left tank. So I'm usually using just my right throttle to taxi only with the right engine around to make sure the engines are balanced. Map mode? Oh, I'm on map mode. I just center it because I'm a weirdo. Okay, now I need to turn all the way around, I think. I don't know if I can... I don't think I can cut through. I don't think that cuts through. I think I have to go all the way around. Alright, I'm not being scored on this, so I'm going to do a super fast, unrealistic taxi. If you're using a pilot's life for career mode, then yeah, you want to keep it pretty low, like under 30 knots. I think they might have different rules. K200, what do you taxi at? Below 30? I think I heard the Ryanair guy say on straightaways on that Filbert Flies video from a while back that they taxi up to 40 knots on straightaways. Below 25? 30 is generally the limit. Generally the limit. Oh, Sawyer says it's 25 limit for career mode, 30 for a pilot's life. What's the FAQA? What the heck is that? I have never heard that in my life. What does that mean? First officer yelling at the pilot? Flight operations quality assurance. Flight ops QA? There's a QA team? FOQA? What did I say? 35 for ballsy student pilots. The snitch box reports you to the company. Oh. That sucks. I'm only going 17. This feels fast in this thing. This is nothing. Oh, Slevin's taken off. I'm gonna cut this corner. And if you use Beyond ATC, you can just, if you have it on another monitor or something, it's great to go to the little pin button at the bottom, and then you can see the exact taxi route they want you to take. You can also see the other planes on the ground. So yeah, if you have multiple monitors and you have Beyond ATC on the side, it's really nice for the taxiway map. This is especially useful because the taxiway signage depends on your airport scenery in the sim itself, and a lot of the time it's not correct. So they will name the taxiways that the sim says it is, though. Like, the signs should mostly be correct, but there are times, like if you have a third-party scenery that has the incorrect signs, it's just possible that it has the wrong signs. But it should be reading the taxiway data from the sim. It's just not necessarily always labeled correctly. First officer questioning authority. Something about the first officer getting blamed for the fast taxi. Just because of the YouTube spam the other day, Sawyer. I mean, if you're there holding down the fort, you can turn it off. I don't really expect anything to happen, but, you know, just in case. This is a very slow taxi. I have the airport traffic set to like 1, so there's like 2 or 3 planes down here.
United 323, contact Los Angeles Tower.
We were probably supposed to go there.
Have a good morning.
Yeah, that was probably our turn.
Over to Tower 133.9er, United 323. Have a good one.
Yeah, we'll take this one. We'll go right in between. Alright, it should auto-switch to Tower. Which it did, so we have request departure. Yeah, they said to go to Echo and then Romeo. Echo... Oh, this is Romeo. Right? Yeah, this is Romeo. Oh, that was lucky. Oh, it's right at the threshold. Okay. No displaced threshold for us. Okay, so I'm just double checking. We already did our takeoff config, so I'm just going to tell them we're ready for departure. Los Angeles, United 323 ready for departure, runway 24 left.
United 323, Los Angeles Tower, wind 255 at 8, fly heading 220, runway 24 left, cleared for takeoff.
Alright, heading 220.
Fly heading 220, runway 24 left, cleared for takeoff, United 323.
Alright, so I'm going to switch this to 220, and instead of LNAV, I'm going to hit heading select to fly 220. So they gave us clear to take off. So landing lights on, runway turn off lights, engines are already in continuous, and then strobe light. So there are all of those. Landing lights on, runway turn off taxi, continuous, continuous, and strobe and steady. All right, and then we will get TCAS on. It says TCAS off down here. So we'll go down here and turn this black knob right here all the way to TARA. And I already set it to the above position to only alert for traffic above us since we're going to take off and climb. so bad at lining this thing up. It's weird because if you do full left tiller, it's less than 100%. It's like you have to go to like 50. Oh my God. You have to go to like 50% to get the maximum turning radius. It'll let you like overdo it. Oh, this is such a bad lineup. Oh. I'm sorry, A330 driver. Oh my God, I'm stuttering like crazy too. What's happening right now? You know what it probably is? It's probably wake turbulence. It caused problems last time. I'm going to turn wake turbulence off. I think that's probably killing my frames. Yeah, maybe? Alright, anyway, that's good enough. Alright, so I have a toga button. You can either middle click this, or I'm going to do the, I'll bring it up to about 40%. Let it spool up, and then hit my toga button shortcut.
United 323.
That was my ATC button. There's my toga button. So now we got N1 heading select toga, because they told me to fly a heading, so. Alright, forward on the controls until we get to 100 knots, and then. Alright, there's 80. 100. And I can see the V1 and rotate bug coming up. There's V1, rotate. And I'll pitch up to 15. Remember, you have to use your elevator trim because it won't do it automatically. So very, very light on the elevator trim. I like just blip it, like little bit at a time, like boop, 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 just like real fast taps on it. Okay, we're above 500, so I'm going to turn over to our 220 heading. I'm just following the flight director here. Just pointing the dot, pointing the little square at the flight director.
Contact SoCal departure, United 323.
And we're up 1,000 feet. And once we get past this, then we can start getting our flaps up. That's our like V2 plus 15 speed, this little white notch here. Oh, why is it command? Oh, it's not going faster than that. We're gonna wait. Alright, clear direct clipper. Alright, now we're trending towards 5. Okay, I'm gonna get flaps 1 now. And they said clear direct clipper. I'm gonna go down here, legs, move clipper to the top position, and then hit execute, and then hit LNAV. Okay, now we are trending towards 1. We still have flaps 1 set. Man, I'm glitching a lot right now. Once we're getting towards the up position, we'll put the flaps up. Stutters. Alright, flaps up. Okay, now let's clean this stuff up. So we're going to get the continuous starters off, back to the off position on both. These lights can come off, taxi and runway turn-off lights. We're going to tell people to stay seated until we're like at 10,000 feet. We bring up our EFB. You can either bring that up, you can see we're going over this way. We're going direct clipper. Where is clipper? Is it right over the field? Oh, clipper's over here. Oh god. Clipper's like behind us. Oh yeah, this is bad. I'm gonna go to the next one. We're gonna go to kegs. Yeah, it was just turning us in a circle. Alright, let's just go to kegs. Alright, on our way to kegs now. 245 knots. Remember, if you're doing career mode and you're worried about the 250, then hit speed intervene and change it down to like 245.
Right. When I talk, you listen on this stream. I am your god. Kiss my hand and swear. Loyalty, foolish mortals.
Definitely something I would say. Yep, 100%. Oh yeah, so after takeoff, we got bleeds were already on, packs were already on auto, landing gear up and flaps up with no lights. So flaps are up, flaps up here, gears up, no lights here, no lights And it's got us going 250 now. So yeah, again, in career mode, if you're worried about the speed limit, because it's really touchy, speed intervene and pull that down. It's like 245 or something. Wait till you get up to 10,000 feet, and then you can turn it back on. Just by hitting, or then you can hit speed intervene again, and that'll give it the control back to the FMC, to the flight management computer. I mean, like, we have it set at 245, and we have a derated 2 takeoff and derated 2 climb, and we're still going 3,500 feet per minute, almost exceeding the 250. Even at 245, it's getting close. We have a headwind, just kind of almost hitting 250. You might need to climb with like 240, 242, something like that. Anyway, there's 10,000 feet. Let's get our landing lights off. And we'll give it control of the speed again. So it's going to accelerate us to 282 now. And then if we look through here, we have 13. Oh, we just passed a restriction. Yeah, and they just told us resume the SID. So if I look at the instructions when we took off, they didn't say like, you know, climb to 18,000 or climb to flight level 200, anything like that. They just said resume the SID. So that means we're just letting the VNAV do its thing. It's going to abide by all of the restrictions here. So it's going to try to make 15,000 or above when we get to COOP or COP. But in the case that they told us, say they told us climb and maintain, 20,000. In this case, so if I put in 20,000, it will continue to climb up to 20,000. In this case, though, this restriction that's active is 15,000 or above. So that restriction is not going to stop us from going to 20,000. So it's not like highlighted, excuse me, it's not highlighted magenta. If it was like 15,000 or below, meaning we can't go above 15,000 until we pass that waypoint, and we wanted it to keep climbing, we could hit altitude intervene, and that would clear that restriction. And then it would show the next restriction if there was one highlighted. And you could keep hitting altitude intervene to clear as many of those restrictions as you need to get to, or allow the autopilot to continue to the altitude you've selected. But in our case, we should probably stop at 15. See what happens. I couldn't find the top altitude. I don't know how to do it, Lido charts. And this is a pretty short flight, so, we might barely get up to our cruising altitude. I think 29,000 is our cruise. Sorry, 27,000. Or I can check down here under VNAV, cruise out 27,000. All right, we're just stopping at 15,000. So I'm going to hit, we have a terrain button over here and a weather button over here. I believe both of them work. Yeah, here's the weather. Oh, it is more like a regular weather radar. So we do have weather radar right here. Little tiny bit of precip there. Or you can hit terrain. But looks like we're high enough and clear of all the terrain. And then if you want to turn it off, it'll show like terrain or weather down here in blue. And if you hit that same button, it'll turn it off. Well, they said to resume it. I don't know. I just kind of want to climb all the way up. It said 15,000 or above. I'm just going to pick 27,000. So since we leveled off here at 15, I change it up to 27. Now all you have to do... It's freezing. Oh, God, it didn't crash. Thank God. All you have to do is hit altitude intervene here, and then that will switch back to N1. It's going to gain a little bit of speed and then start pitching us up. It'll climb us up to 27,000. So anytime you're leveled off and you want to change, just change the altitude either up or down, click altitude intervene, and it will it'll continue the climb or descent for you. Still getting some stutters here. I'm using the dynamic settings today. But I think I only set it to like, what, 150 for the terrain? Alright, we'll get our seatbelt signs off. Seatbelt, and isn't this like the no smoking? I think pilots use this for like other crew messages, like, you know, we're taxiing and prepare for takeoff, something like that. I have no idea. I think they use it for some sort of code, some sort of secret code. All right, we're in the US, so 18,000 is our transition. So I'm going to go ahead and get this to standard. This standard seems broken. If I right-click to get it to standard, look, I can't change it. Right-click again, can't change it. Once you right-click this to go to standard, you can't leave standard. Yeah, little bug. All right, 18,000 going up to 27,000. And the last thing they said to us was just resume the SID, clear direct clipper, and we're just going. If we want, we can go up here and look at the Orca 5, see where we are. We are, I don't know, off scale probably. Probably like way over to the right because we're going this way to Meissen. Actually, we're going to Orca still. Orca, then Navy. Well, we should be here. Where are we?
Contact Los Angeles Center, 3285
I don't see us.
United 323. Los Angeles Center, United 323, climbing via Orca 5, flight level 204.
Flight level what?
United 323, Los Angeles Center, good morning, climb, maintain flight level 270.
Oh, we were doing that already.
Climb, maintain flight level 270, United 323.
I noticed if you like stop one flight and start another with a new flight plan, this doesn't reset. But if you use the knob up here to change to a different view and then back to plan, then it will reset it to the right position.
Los Angeles Center.
If you want the gigantic map on your side, you can also do that. You can just play around with these buttons down here for the MFD, but basically you want to turn the sys side off over here and then transfer the engine side to the right. And now you can get a massive map over here if you want one and leave the engine information over there. But it's got, I mean, I look at that all the time. I guess you can still see it. You'll especially want to look at your flaps and then, you know, air temp right there. Speaking of which, we're way below positive 10. So in this case, we would turn engine anti-ice on if we're going through any clouds up here. Engine anti-ice 1 and 2. Unless our static air temperature is under negative 40. That's very nerdy, but if you go to Prague and then page 2, static air temp right here. If this is under negative 40, then you don't have to use the anti-ice because it's just like too cold. But in the descent, you just always use it when it's below positive 10.
Los Angeles Center,
So you could just like look at this to start. If this is under plus 10, colder than positive 10, just use the anti-ice until you get into cruise and then turn it off.
United 323, Los
And then turn it back
Angeles
on for
Center,
descent. You know, only if you're flying through visible moisture. What's up, Rich? How you doing? Oh, Darkstar said in Sim Update 2, I did a 737, paid out 29 million. Yeah, there's still so many bugs. Yeah. I mean, when you've played a lot of career mode, it's like, maybe it's time to wait. Like, I don't play it that often just because of the bugs, and there's a, you know, we need more planes, we need more missions, but I won't say that it's like horrible. Like, it was a lot of fun. I put a couple 100 hours into it, and I had a good time. All the new mission types are fun. I think it's worth it, but if you don't have the time to deal with the bugs or it's going to like make you rage, then yeah, just wait until it's better. Free flight is fine. I did crash once tonight. Seems like maybe there's a bug in the settings, in the control section of settings. Like I went to controls and it tried to load them and then it just crashed the sim. So I don't know what's up. All right, we are capturing 27,000. If you want to be smooth, you can go and do vertical speed for the last 1,000 feet at 1,000 feet per minute to make it soft, all nice and soft. So you just go over here, hit VS, and then use this to dial in the vertical speed. Altitude acquiring. And I'll just want to hit VNav again once we're up there. Altitude hold. So if I did not go back to VNav, then it won't start my descent for me later. So I'm just going to switch it back to VNav. All right, sweet. So our top of descent, I can already see it right here on the map. If we go down here, check our prog page. Top of descent, 56 miles. So if we want, we can just check the weather or check the ATIS. I'm going to go up here to the route, click on our destination airport info button, go to weather. Oh, the METAR is working here. Winds are 090 at 12. Preferred runway is 8 left. SimBrief gave me 1 left, which would be an 11 knot crosswind. So hopefully we get switched to 8 left. 14,000 foot runway, 12 knot headwind. I reached top of climb. You reached top of descent. Yeah, it took me a bit to taxi, and then yeah, I did derated and derated 2 for my takeoff and climb. Very slow climb. Yeah, we're only at 27,000 feet. I see you guys way up ahead. Yeah, you're 51 miles ahead of me. And JT is 75 miles ahead of me. Beyond ATC has you 1 left. Weird. Yeah, 8 left looks way better. Maybe we'll ask them for a runway change to 8 left. All right, so the next step would be on ATC is just to tell them when we're ready for descent. So we got 46 miles. Yeah, I think we should just set up for 8 left. I don't want like a... I really don't want an 11 knot crosswind on a shorter runway. I mean, it's not that short, it's 10,000 feet, but the best winds are on 8 left and right. So if we can get 8 left, longer runway, 12 knot headwind. Actually, K200, are you here still? I would love to know. I don't think anybody's been able to answer the wind correction thing for me. Do I put wind correction of 12 knots here for a 12 knot headwind? I don't know if he's still here or not. He's a real 737 pilot. But I'm just going to assume flaps 30. And what we could do, again, if we want to use if we want to use SimBrief to its full extent, we can go to SimBrief and then to the performance section at the top. And then we'll click the populate button. This is also on their website in the sidebar. Populate from last flight, which is our current flight. And then down here it says landing performance. I'll go into that section. Refresh the weather and then calculate. And here it will give us all of the recommended settings. Flaps 30, auto brake 3, a VREF of 143. And then down here it says that, oh, look at the winds are different. It says the winds, oh, maybe, oh wait, it's because this is based on the other runway. So I need to go back, change parameters. Where's the runway? 1 left, that's why. We're going to do 8 left. So I'll change that here and then calculate again. So now we went from auto brake 3 with a crosswind to auto brake 1 with a headwind. So 5 knot headwind component, 3 knot crosswind component. So a little crosswind from the right. And then with auto brake 1, it'll take us 8,000 feet to stop. So this is a really nice feature of SimBrief. And you can do it for takeoff performance as well, or you can use the one that we looked at before
United
in the generated flight plan.
Los Angeles Center 132.5.
All right, 132.5.
Contact Los Angeles Center 132.5.
All right, so I'm going to change my flight planner here. I'm going to go to the route and change us to 8 left.
Good morning, Los Angeles Center, United 323, climbing via Orca 5, flight level 270.
United 323, Los Angeles Center.
All right, 8 left. Oh, is there no... It's only got a pattern? There's only a VOR approach. Is the EFB better? Yeah, they did a lot of work here on the planning section. When you hit find route now, it will also choose an arrival and approach and departure for you. It'll choose all the procedures. Before, hitting find route would only find the en route waypoints. It's better. It's pretty awesome. And then you can like collapse it. You can look at the map in a split screen. There's some cool features in it. I haven't played with this performance config yet. Fuel burn, true airspeed. I'll just put in what we're burning right now, I guess. Fuel flow is 6 right now. Oh, what's up, Nathan? Thanks for the raid, dude. How's it going? So yeah, I don't know what I've never played with that before. Anyway, we have our descent coming up here. 18 miles. Cruise fuel burn in gallons. What are we burning in gallons? This is in pounds, isn't it? 6,000 pounds? Maybe I can find it on the prog page.
Descend via Rounders Tree arrival. McCarran Airport landing runway 1 left. Altimeter 299er1.
Yeah, they want us to take 1 left.
Descend via Rounders Tree arrival.
Oh, you're flying the iFly Max? Nice. I'm jealous. Someday we'll get it in 2024.
United 323.
Montreal, Bagelville? Quebec City? Sunwing. Are you doing a pilot's life or something? Sunwing. What's the Sunwing iFly Max? Is Sunwing a carrier? Is that an airline? Well, they said landing 1 left. Let me see if they'll give us 8. I guess the thing is they're not giving us 8 because of there's no ILS. Yeah, we should do the ILS. All right, I'll just do 1 left. Even though we'll have a crosswind, whatever, it'll be funny. I'll have a horrible landing and you can laugh at me. They said descend via as well, so I'm just going to pull the altitude down real quick while I look up what the altitude is. Since our top of descent's coming up real soon. So we're going to just either go to legs, go all the way down and look for the ILS 1 left. Final altitude, which is 5,300 it looks like. Or go to the charts, ILS 1 left, and look in the profile view for the final altitude right down here, 5,300. So we'll just dial in 5,300. Though technically they told us to descend via the SID, so we can't go down to 5,300. That would be if they cleared us for the approach. So really, I should go look at the Rounders 3 and follow the waypoints down. So we're doing Meissen. That was in our flight plan. 24,000, 19,000, 13,000. And then which way are we going? Let's look at our legs here. Rumley. So Rumley is here, 8,000, 8,000 slots. And then Roman 8,000. And then that's actually the last one, because then it says vectors. So Roman at 8,000, 210 knots. We're cleared down to 8,000. They said to descend via the arrival. They didn't let us. They're not giving us permission to descend below the final altitude in the arrival. So aileron roll. I have no idea. No. Is any airliner? I actually don't know. Is there an airliner that had an insane test flight where they rolled the whole plane? And then, like, there's no way, right? There's no way. Can you change the livery in career mode? No. Option to select it? No, unless they added it. I have not pressed the repaint button since the sim came out, honestly, so I'm not sure. But I have bought a new plane. And while buying a new plane, it didn't give me an option, so I don't think it's in there. My stutters have been pretty bad today. I don't know if it's the plane or what. I'm trying to use that dynamic settings. My settings are not very high. Yeah, this is all kind of just high-end preset. It's kind of stuttery today. Dynamic setting maybe is just not as good as auto FPS. Dynamic settings just changes terrain and object level of detail, just like auto FPS. I mean, auto FPS changes more now, but... Alright, we're in the descent. So let's go look at this. Descent pressurization. We already did that. We put in 2100 for our landing altitude up top. Recall if we want. We can hit these to make sure there's nothing that sticks on. They're all off. Auto brake setting. It said to do auto brake. It was auto brake 3, I think, for 1 left. Let me read you the performance in SimBrief. With 1 left. Refresh the weather and calculate. Yeah, auto brake 3, flaps 30. We'll go ahead down here to init ref and set our VREF speed for flaps 30. So here it's this is a live number, so it's calculating our estimated gross weight when we land based on our predicted fuel and our current zero fuel weight. So here it's saying 139 knots. Over here, it's saying 143. So if I wanted to use the SimBrief one, I can type in flaps 30 / 143 for the VREF speed, and then put that in here where it says flaps / speed. And then wind correction, it says that I think you're never supposed to put in below 5. But I think if you have a higher headwind than 5, you can put that in for wind correction, but I'm just going to leave it alone. Yep, and then we got dry runway condition. 2994 is the altimeter there, so if we want, we can put that in on standby. There are actually 2 bugs, so we can't do it. The bug here, if you right-click this to go to standard, it looks like there's a bug where you can't change it out of standard pressure. And then over here, normally you can grab the baro knob and turn it. Oh, they fixed it! Oh my god, yes, they fixed it. Heck yeah. Alright, they fixed one bug and introduced another. So now you can do the pre-selector. Sweet. So I can turn this, and right under where it says standard, there's a little white number. So we can put it at 2994. Sweet, they fixed that. But they broke the standby one.
Center on 124.625, United 323. Los Angeles Center, United 323. Descending via Rounders Tree, flight level 203.
United 323, Los Angeles Center, copy.
No articism. I haven't used that before. SLC. Airliner missions. Which missions? Does it have its own? Is it a whole career mode? I haven't used it before. And do you know if it works in 2024? Nathan says 737 wind correction, half your steady headwind plus half the gust factor. Minimum's 5, maximum's 20, or VFE -5, whichever's lower. Yes, I have to check the manual every time. Yes, anyone who says that they remember is lying. So, half... Okay, so minimum is 5. Half your steady headwind plus half the gust factor. Right, okay. Maximum of 20. I do think I've read that before. Luckily, today, the wind has been calm, And I knew the minimum part, so I hadn't had to think of anything else. So thanks for the info. So between 5 and 20, steady winds. So if our winds were 12, we would just put in 12. And it's the headwind. So if the headwind component shown over here was 12, or we calculated ourselves as 12, then we would put in 12. If it was gusting to 20, we would say, okay, the difference between 12 and 20 is 8. Half of 8 is 4. 12 plus 4 is 16. So we'd put in 16 for the, but no more than 20. Got it. Got it. I feel like I've Googled that before, but I definitely do not remember it. All right, let's go to standard. We're under 18,000.
Approach 135.1. Contact Nellis approach. Convoy 11, see you.
All right, we're over here on the arrival still, so we're going to be following this here. Rounders, Rumley, Himmett, Slots, and then Roman at 8,000. We're left off on this heading right here, 030 heading, looks like.
United 1022, contact Los Angeles Center 124.2. Have a good morning.
And yeah, we're left off on vectors, and then it connects right here to the one left approach. All right, so descent, landing data, we got VREFs in. We did not put minimums in yet, so that's our cue to look at the approach. So we're expecting one left, which is right here. And we have baro minimums right down here of 2460. So I'm going to put those in first. So up here, I'm going to switch to baro minimums with the outer knob. So it says baro down here. And we're going to put in 2460.
United 323, contact Las Vegas approach 125.
Oh, 2460? Where am I going?
Contact Las
Yeah,
Vegas
2460.
United 323.
This thing is
Las
such a
Vegas
pain to
approach,
use.
United 323. Good morning.
All right, 2460.
14,400 with information key.
All right, let's put in the other info for ILS. Let's see if drag is required. It's not. All right, visual one left, so that means we set up for the ILS one left.
2994. Expect the visual
It's so weird, but
runway one left.
when they tell us visual for ILS one, or visual for one left, we set up for the ILS one left because they're going to tell us to intercept the localizer, and then they're going to tell us we're cleared for the visual approach. So let's go ahead and put in the ILS for one left. We can either look at the chart for the frequency and the final approach course, so 1101. And then down here, the final approach course, we zoom in as 014. Or we can just hit the ref button and find it right here, 1101 and 14. So 1101 needs to go on our radios. Down here, 1101 on ILS swap. If it says VOR, you may need to hit this button, the mode button, to switch from VOR to ILS before you put it in. I put in the, 110.1 and transfer. All right, so we got 1101 for both of them. That's in the corner up here, 1101. And then final approach course is 014. We're going to put that for the courses, 014 on course 1 and course 2. That's it, 014. We got the minimums in, and we got the ILS frequency in. And if we look right here, we can look at the identifier ICUA, which matches right there, ICUA. And the little D next to it means that the localizer is going to give us DME information. It's going to give us a DME distance, so when we get closer, we should get DME info right there. 5-hour flight? No. Oh, maybe. Maybe once, I don't know. I really don't want to do more than like 2 hours, really. It just gets real boring. All right, again, if you're doing career mode, you might want to take over the speed. For me, for some reason, if I go to VNav, descent. Oh, I didn't put in, oh, whoops, I forgot to go here and put in the wind forecast. This is where we would put in the wind forecast from SimBrief. You can go to your flight plan, the briefing preview and scroll down until you find this section of winds. It's in these big blocky areas like this. Descent winds, we could say like, okay, there's flight level 100. We will put in for flight level 100, which is 10,000 feet, 349 at 12. So we do 349/12 and put that in the right. So you can put in up to 4 of them. So if I did this earlier, I would have put in like 20,000, 15,000, and 10,000. I think that makes it more accurate for your like fuel predictions. Maybe it's more. X-Plane 12 trailer got hated in the comments, really? I mean, I'm not against trying X-Plane again. I just don't know that it'll ever hold a candle to Flight Sim for me again. All right, we're under 10,000 feet, so let's go ahead and get the seatbelt signs on up here. We'll get our landing lights on right here, and the turn-off lights. Usually I wait to use the taxi light as a clear to land light, so when they clear us to land, we turn the taxi light on. And when we get closer on a final, we'll turn the engines to continuous. Yeah, I am kind of lagging quite a bit today. I don't know what's up. It could be as simple as the dynamic settings. Like, look, let me go in and just turn dynamic settings off. And I'll just leave this at 100, 100 and see what happens. 100 terrain and object level of detail. See if the stutters go away. Oh, even fans were saying they were giving up on it? Really? Wasn't it all about better, it was all about like better clouds and lighting model and stuff, right? Oh, by the way, if you guys have a heading bug like this that is bound to some hardware switch where you can push it to sync it, there is a heading HDG sync command. It's very, very useful for this plane because the heading bug doesn't sync itself. So if you want to sync the heading straight ahead all the time, it's good to have that to just press that button. So whenever I make a turn, I can just press my heading sync button, which is a native Flight Sim 24 command, to sync it straight ahead. You'll notice that the heading is actually this little white triangle right here. This is showing track up. So this is how we're flying over the ground. So we'll see our course straight up. Our intended course that we're on is straight up. The heading is actually that little white notch.
United 323, turn right.
And it's the opposite over here. Over here, the heading is straight ahead and the course is the white line.
United 323.
All right, they just told us turn right 085. So we're going to go over here, 085, and then just press the heading button. So we're now in heading mode. We still have VNAV on. So as long as we have VNAV and auto throttle on, it's going to do our speed for us. See how it says FMC speed?
Turn left, heading 015, intercept the 1 left localizer.
015.
Turn left, heading 015.
Intercept the localizer. I'm going to hit the VOR loc button.
323.
And we're intercepting it right now, actually. Are they going to descend us, though? Because we're still at 8,000 feet. So you can see over here we have a bunch of waypoints to go still. We're like DME 18 miles out. 7,000 or above right here. But they just said intercept the localizer, so we'll see how it goes. So an easy way to slow down if you're under 250 knots and you're on FMC speed is just put 1 notch of flaps down. You can use 1 notch of flaps, 2 and 5, under 250 knots. Shows all your speed limits here. Here's your gear extended. You can extend it under 270 knots. Retract it when you're, you have to be below 235. I know we're still at 8,000 feet, and I can see the glide slopes below us, and they're not telling us to descend, so I'm getting ready to descend myself here. Yeah, we're supposed to be at 7 by Terry, and we just passed that. And ultimately, we want to be down to 5,300, so I'm just going to pull this down to 5,300 and hit altitude intervene. Field in sight, United 323. All right, I'm going to hit flaps 1 to give us some more drag. All right, I'm going to hit the button. Doesn't like me.
Looking for field, United 323.
They said the graphics are horrible.
Southwest 1089, lead
All right, so in this case, we are way high, so I'm going to put out flaps 5 right now. Because we're under 250 knots, I can do flaps 5 to get a lot of drag. I'm going to arm the speed brake for landing. We already have auto brakes on 3. And I'm going to chase the glide slope. I'm going to hit approach mode, and I'm going to chase the glide slope with vertical speed. Vertical speed us down and hope that we can go that fast to catch up to it. So I'm going to try to catch up to the glide slope here because they didn't give us a descent. And the runway's right out there. I can kind of see it. It's starting to rain. We'll get our wipers on up here. The wipers do clear the rain. Alright, still trying to catch up. If you can't descend fast enough, then you can give it a little speed brake or more flaps. We're good to bring down flaps 15. It says flaps 15 can be done at 200. But our, let's see, DME, we're still 10 miles out. So I'm just going to wait. I think we can catch up. Yeah, looks like we're catching up.
2,500.
Don't really want to catch a glide slope from above, but in this sim, it doesn't give you the false glide slope. So it's safe to capture from above if we really want to. So I'm just going to do that. All right, since we're on final, I'm going to move the engines to continuous. All right, I'll let her tell them field's in sight.
United 323, cleared visual approach, runway 1 left.
Cleared 1 left. There's glide slope. For extra credit, we can put in our go-around altitude of 7,000.
United 323, contact Las Vegas Tower 118.75.
Okay, and because we're on the glide slope, it gives us the speed back. So we're going to pull the speed. I'm just going to pull it all the way back to VREF plus 5. If you have more distance, you can just use the notches of your flaps here. So like move it down to the flaps 5 notch. That's what it'll do when it's in MCP speed mode. Or, sorry, FMC. MCP speed means mode control panel speed. You have control on the mode control panel up here. Alright, let's get gear. I'm just going to go to flaps 30. And we're going to bring this down to our VREF plus 5 speed, which is 143 plus 5, 148. And this time we'll just turn off auto throttle and autopilot, so our flaps are still going out. Okay, so now I'm just going to look at my engine information. We're at about 55% throttle, so I'm going to turn off auto throttle and move mine to about 55%. Now that that's steady, let the autopilot do its thing. Watching my speed here. I just want to stay a little above VREF until we get over the threshold. I'm going to turn the autopilot off. Just one autopilot press. And remember, when you're using the trim, be really, really slow on the trim. It's so sensitive in this thing. So, since this is an ILS approach, you can just follow the flight director. Just keep pointing at the magenta. And then just watch your speed while pointing at the magenta.
Minimum 200.
We are pretty high. I'm not going to follow the flight director now. It feels like we're way too high.
Light slow. Light slow. Light slow. Light slow. Light slow. Light slow. 50. 40. 30.
Alright, 20. Pull the throttle out.
10.
Usually pull the throttle out between 20 and 10. Ooh, that was a little rough. Oh, I got a nice... Did I get a bounce? Maybe not. Oh, left rudder, please. If you have reversers, you can use them. I haven't talked about that, but the reversers and the normal reverser switches do work in this. If you have them bound, you can use them. So just like hit your reverser toggle and then give it throttle.
Exit right at Echo.
Exit right at Echo, United 323.
This is Echo right here. Sweet. And I've been pretty choppy today. Alright, we'll get the continuous engines off. Wipers are off. Oh man, look at the choppiness. Oh. Speed brake all the way up. Or down, I mean.
United 323, contact ground 121.1.
Ground 121.1, United 323.
Alright, we'll get the parking brake on. It automatically turns the auto brake off when you tap your brakes. Up here, I already got the continuous turned off. We're back to the off position. We'll get nav on, not just, or, you know, steady on, not the strobe light anymore. We'll get taxi on and the other runway is off. The other light's off. Runway and landing light off. And then if you want, if you're going to do another flight after this, you would probably get your APU started soon, or maybe on your taxi in, knowing how long it takes. All right, yeah, I don't know why it's so choppy. My sim has been pretty choppy today. Base boner? What the heck? Oh yeah, you guys are all in already. Wait, who's way out there? Okay, these might just be randos. Alright, I think we're good. Alright, parking brake off.
United 323, request taxi to allocated gate.
I don't know when you turn the flight directors off, maybe after you land.
Hold short runway 1 right.
Gate 61 via Mike. Hold short runway 1 right, United 323.
United 323, cross runway 1 right at Mike. Continue taxi via Mike.
Let me get the flaps up, I forgot those.
Bravo 6, Bravo, Charlie Tree.
Cross runway 1 right at Mike. Continue taxi via Mike. Delta, Golf, Golf.
You got a flat tire or something? What is that sound?
Bravo 6, Bravo, Charlie 3, United 323.
Frontier Flight 2485, request taxi to the active.
Frontier Flight 2485, runway 8 left taxi via Charlie Bravo, Delta.
I wonder if they fixed the, all the crazy runway stuff here. Oh no, look at how sloped up it is still. It's probably insane down there. Remember that ramp? Like on the taxiway? It's like a half pipe. There's no way the taxi ribbon is lagging me that much, right? I usually have it off. Yeah, I gave the dynamic settings a try and I feel like they're not good. I feel like my performance is so much better with auto FPS. You would think that's something built into the sim. Yeah, the marketplace has been open for, I don't know, a few weeks now. 2 weeks? 3 weeks? 2 weeks? I don't know. Something like that. There's not a whole lot in it, but yeah, it's open.
Southwest 1089, gate 234 taxi via Mike. Hold short runway 1 right.
Alright, there we go.
Gate 234 via Mike.
Will I be on Discord? I check in Discord pretty often. Like perpetually on Discord.
Southwest 1089, cross runway 1 right at Mike. Continue taxi via Mike.
$85 plan. Yeah, it's pretty insane.
Cross runway 1 right at Mike. Continue taxi via
Alright, I'm just gonna shut the engines down.
Golf, Golf, 2, Whiskey, Southwest 1089.
Taxi light off, this light off, off. Oh, logo light was on that time. Off, off, open. Off. Off. Anyway, if you want to like just get it off, you can just, I think, do the engines and then the battery. I think that's about all you need to do. Like that. Oh, I think it's giving us ground power. These should all be off. Oh, you actually have to hit that off. Interesting. Engines were already down. We made it. Night Slevin. See you guys on Fridays for flying. Fridays are for flying. I don't know what's going to happen tomorrow. I mean, the the marketplace got updated today, but all that we got was the A350 for $85 instead of the Aerosoft CRJ V2. But I have not been hearing good things about the CRJ. So from you guys too, like you guys that have flown it were like not happy with it. So whatever. At least it's a free update, I guess. It's nice of them to give us a free update. Do a little bit of work on it. It's Oh yeah, you bought it, JT. Hopefully you didn't regret the purchase. I mean, it's still kind of expensive, right? Isn't it 50 bucks? You flew it again and it's better than your first flight? Yeah, glad it's free. Oh no. JT paid for it. I feel so bad. Come on, Phoenix. Where's the Phoenix rep? We need a giveaway for JT. But I mean, that's better that it's, at least it's better than your first. The Boris sounds out a lot. If hand flies like a fruit fly on cocaine. Yeah, I know exactly what you mean. What? Oh man, you'd rather have more type of planes than a Phoenix? Yeah, exactly. I mean, the fly-by-wire is so good. You got the init builds and the fly-by-wire, like, yeah. The description's accurate, nice.
Frontier Flight 2485, contact Las Vegas Tower 119.9er, take care.
All right, what time is it? It's only 9:30. I don't really want to do another flight, so. Yeah, I think that'll do it. I saw you post Bird Trek Day 10. Do we want to do that Saturday? What are we thinking? 6 more? Oh, the FMS is good? Nice. 7 or 8 more. How's the FMS? Oh, you wanted A330 driver? You kind of made it sound like it needed improvements. Yeah, I didn't watch his latest. Didn't he make a second video on it? Like it's new. I forget if he made another video or not. Buying it now. Yeah, I have the CRJ from back when they released it in 2020, so it'll just be like a free update, which is very nice. I mean, I think that's really nice of them. They did not have to make it a free update. So far, I mean, we haven't had any major planes really come out, but even some smaller planes and some smaller utilities have had like an upgrade. A few bucks to upgrade. So. A350? I mean, the A350 is getting better. I don't know that it's worth an $85 marketplace purchase or a $77 non-marketplace purchase, but the last time I threw the last time I flew it, whatever, how many days ago that was, it ran really well. Not gonna lie, it ran really well. I don't know if that was a coincidence or what, but it definitely was running really well. The special section? No, I didn't. Is there like a, is there a canoe? Oh, ultralights. Nice. Okay. The rally special stage ultralights. Friday night. Secret content creator version? Nope. I have never received a plane early. Probably because they knew that I'll complain about everything about it. The couple times someone's offered me a plane, I told them I would buy it instead, but it wasn't like an early access thing. I make fun of everything about the planes. Like if they don't get the instrument cameras right, I think it's like yeah, or they can't add things in an EFB. They can't add 5 numbers together properly like the AnyBuilds A350. Still can't. I let it be known. You're on board for Friday? Yeah, we can chat about it. I don't know if Bird wants to do a poll on the Discord, but we could do that. But then what are we going to do Saturday and Sunday, you know? I feel like it's best to do it on Saturday. I mean, we could do something else tomorrow. Maybe I should finally make a tutorial. I don't know. I keep saying that. I keep not doing it, but alrighty. Let's wrap it up here. Our boy Fliggity's on. It looks like he's like playing Pictionary or something. I don't know. He's a good hangs. I like to hang over there anyway, so it would I'd feel bad not raiding anybody, so we can raid Fliggity as usual. He's always on when I'm getting off, so, and he's chill. Taco Bell. Taco Bell sounds good. I got some food to eat in the fridge though. I actually ate before the stream, but all right, guys. GG's. Thank you guys for hanging out. Hope that was a little bit helpful. It wasn't the most concise tutorial, you know. These live tutorials, I mean, that was like... What time did I get on? Was it 3 hours ago? Anyway, guys, thanks for hanging out. Nathan, thanks for that raid again. Oz, thanks for 3 months. King Bob, thank you for 10 gifted memberships on the YouTubes. Thanks for all the new couch captains you have recruited. The rest of you, thanks for hanging out. Sawyer and Lith, thank you for the bits. I'll see y'all tomorrow. Have a good night. See you over on Fliggity's. And, yeah, that's it. GG's. More fun in the max. I think it was pretty smooth overall. That first one was pretty rushed, but still not horrible. They got a few bugs to fix maybe, but yeah. Hey, the pre-selector works now, so pretty sweet. All right, guys. GG's. See you guys tomorrow. See you on the Discord. Bye-bye.